Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on our strategic plan. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguiles and Tonita Flowers. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We started a little late at 6:45 tonight because we had a public hearing before this time. So I want to say thank you all for bearing with us and your patience. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. We are getting ready to put a closure onto Hispanic Heritage Month, Latinx Heritage Month. So in this moment of silence, I would love for us just to consider all the ways that our Latinx community has been celebrated and contributed to our community during this time. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. We have our Student of the Month, Mr. Sutter.
It's already started with applause. I love it. The best part of our school board meetings happens right at the beginning when we celebrate. And today we have a fantastic Student of the Month. Her mom is here. Her current principal is here. Her former principal is here. We're happy to have all of them here. Our October Student of the Month comes to us from City of Medicine Academy, and I'd like to introduce Interim Principal Dr. Renita Griffin-Jordan, who will introduce the rest of the merry band.
Good evening, distinguished board members, Superintendent Mabinga, and all guests gathered here this evening. I am Dr. Griffin-Jordan, principal of the City of Medicine Health and Life Science Magnet Academy, and it is my great pleasure to introduce Durham Public Schools October Student of the Month. Our student leader, Ms. Lauren Futrell, is indeed an outstanding young scholar who deserves recognition. During her time at City of Medicine, we have seen her exhibit strong moral character, leadership, and an exceptional ability to connect and build solid relationships with students and staff alike. Please allow me to expound upon what makes her so exceptional. Ms. Futrell is currently a senior at City of Medicine, maintaining over a 4.0 GPA in class, while engaging in several extracurricular activities at school and in the community. Some include serving as our Student Government Association Vice President, a CMA Student Ambassador, a member of CMA School Improvement Team, National Honor Society, and HOSA, a Duke AHEC participant, a junior coach and mentor with the Duke program Females Excelling More in Math, Engineering, and Science, and she has obtained her American Red Cross CPR certification. In addition, she also works as a team lead cashier at the neighborhood Harris Teeter. Ms. Futrell is a reflective learner and works diligently to seek opportunities to enhance her skills. She has proven her leadership ability by continuously being involved in her school community. Additionally, she strategically engages, participates, and volunteers in organizations and activities outside the school that add value to her end goal, having a rewarding career in the medical field. She will graduate with her EMT certification in spring 2022. Ms. Futrell is a thinker, a decision maker, and a team player. She exhibits the characteristics to become a great scholar when she pursues collegiate education and has the potential to become a dynamic medical professional in the future. It is with honor and pride that the CMA family has chosen Ms. Lauren Futrell as DPS October Student of the Month.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan and Dr. Tobias, my colleagues at CMA and the Durham Public Schools for this nomination and recognition. I appreciate all of your support. Being a DPS student since second grade has been a journey that I will never forget. I look forward to giving back to my DPS community, my school, and throughout my future service. Thank you.
So we have to acknowledge the former and current principal in the room, Dr. Jackie Tobias. And pointing a camera uncomfortably in my direction is Lauren's mother. And Lauren, we have a few things to celebrate you with. We have a certificate for you and a Spark pin. We give these Spark pins to people who demonstrate leadership in Durham Public Schools, and that includes student leaders.
Thank you.
And then we have a little something for you from Larry Hurst of Triangle E-Cycling, a powerful laptop of your very own from Triangle E-Cycling. Says Pro Windows. I think it's for a Pro, and they definitely qualify. Congratulations, and thank you for being our student of the month.
Yes, thank you.
You may walk around the table and do the ritual elbow bumps in the time of COVID,
Yes,
and congratulations.
So that's their school. Let her have her moment. Oh, no, it's the City of Medicine principal. Sure, Lauren asked me to come, but it's her day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our celebrations for the evening.
What a wonderful celebration. I love Student of the Month. Kicking off our meetings with that reminds us of why we're doing the work that we do. And we have amazing students. I think the county will probably offer her a job as an EMT as soon as she's certified. And so we're really appreciative of the great work of our educators here in the district. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's always my pleasure to be able to give these remarks on our regular board meeting. Tonight, I'm going to start with opening with a couple of observances. The first one is about National School Bus Safety Week. Our bus drivers and transportation employees keep our buses safe for our students every day, especially through increasing bus driver salaries and implementing our transportation improvement plan. We will make our bus operation more efficient and hire and retain more drivers. Being fully staffed will increase safety even more. I encourage Durham drivers to be observant, obey the stop arm and the flashing lights, and help our bus drivers and keep our students safe. DPS EC Teacher of Excellence. It was my privilege last week. I was able to visit Creekside Elementary School and surprise Erin Ritchie, DPS 2122 EC Teacher of Excellence. Her practice as EC Resource Teacher is based on respect and caring for her students and families. She's patient, she's kind, and she sees student strength and builds upon them. She also works closely with families to ensure they understand their rights as advocates. She will be celebrated at the state conference on exceptional children this November. We are proud of her and everything she has accomplished. Finally, some words about employee appreciation. I want to follow up on our board's decision to award retention bonuses to our permanent employees who have been with us through the pandemic. You challenge us to do more than we propose and to ensure that every qualified permanent full-time employee receive as close as we can manage to $1,000 take-home pay after taxes as a retention bonus. Board members, I'm happy to say that we are able to do so. And our permanent employees will receive their retention bonuses of exactly $1,000 by November 19th. I don't want to minimize your generosity as a school board. However, we know that we, and most importantly, our state government, have a lot more to do to support our employees. Durham is becoming more expensive to live in. Our county government has been called upon year after year to cover funding needs that the state should be meeting. We are so grateful for the support of our commissioners. SR funding has given us a rare opportunity to help us retain our employees, but we don't have all the resources that we need. The state has to help us. I have recently met with some of our instructional assistants, and they have shared concerns about compensation for their position specifically. We have work to do. I remember a few board meetings, you have entrusted me to be able to bring some consultant to be able to work on our salary studies, and we are working on that. But we also have work to do to support our employees' morale in even more ways, especially after so many months of COVID. I promise you, I will continue to work with our teachers and staff to ensure that DPS continues to be a great place for working, teaching, and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mavinga. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we add the introduction of a resolution of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supporting a transition to renewable energy in Durham Public Schools for introduction at maybe item 10A.
Okay, would you take 10C since we've already got an
I would hope that we could start to introduce the topic before we get into the 10-year CIP, which is why I picked that as a spot, but,
okay.
and bump other things down. Thank
Okay.
you.
Chair Rumsfeld, I would also like to amend the agenda to introduce a resolution that was sent to us by ISLA. It's the letter of support and resolution regarding English language learners. And I'm looking at item 11, academic services. I wonder if we can put it after the COVID-19 update in D.
right?
Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda?
I would move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please use the sign nay. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education monthly meeting minutes from September 23rd, 2021.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Seer, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Before we get started, I'm gonna do a quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in specified time. We'll do 3 minutes tonight. When the yellow light comes on our podium, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep that indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operations of the school system. This evening, we received a public comment that identifies a school employee by name, and we invite that person to resubmit the public comment to avoid the use of the employee's name. DPS also has a grievance and complaint policy that allows members of the public and school employees to raise concerns about specific school employees. For more information, see District Policy 2310 C. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with our speakers. So our first public comment will be Sunny Geraldo. Next, we'll have Jennifer Cauldron, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your names.
Hi, my name is Sunny Uraldo. I am the president of Durham Public Schools Instructional Assistants, and I'm at Southwest Elementary. I would just like to start by saying thank you to the county commissioners for raising all the classified staff paid to $15 an hour. This was a big step towards creating a school system that supports our employees. Unfortunately, in this post-COVID world, DPS employees are continuing to struggle to make ends meet, and many are considering leaving for higher pay. A recent survey sent out to DPS IAs revealed that 73% of responding IAs were considering leaving the school system due to low wages, and 60% work an additional 1 to 2 jobs. These numbers do not lie. DPS is still not paying IAs a true living wage in our area. The same can be said for all DPS classified staff. DPS IAs are a critical part of our children's education. We work side by side with teachers to assist in daily instruction. We work one-on-one with students who need additional assistance. We address behavioral challenges in the classroom. We dry tears, bandage scrapes, offer emotional support, and give caring elbow bumps, formerly known as hugs, to our students. IAs put in long hours each week and are regularly pulled from their classes to sub for teachers. The pandemic and resulting staff shortages have further complicated an IA's job as teachers get sick or resign. Last week, the IA board met with Dr. Mabinga to ask for a pay increase for IAs and a call for the board to evaluate the wages of all DPS classified staff. We are very grateful that he took the time to listen to our concerns and is open to considering an additional pay increase. IAs have not received a pay increase that would significantly improve their financial standing in Durham, a community where the cost of living is 4.3% higher than the national average, and many are having to consider leaving for higher pay. DPS simply cannot risk losing more staff during a time when staff shortages are making headlines and impacting the quality of education DPS offers. Today, I'm here on behalf of DPS instructional assistants asking that the board raise the starting salary for IAs to $18 per hour, and the increase be through all existing IAs in their respective staff levels. We would like to see a 3-year plan developed to further increase wages to $22 an hour for all classified staff throughout DPS. A wage increase like this would help IAs focus entirely on their jobs at DPS, improve morale district-wide, reduce turnover among faculty and staff, help attract and recruit to fill growing vacancies. I ask that the board seriously consider our request and take time to visit our schools to see our amazing IAs and other classified staff in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Cauldron. Up next will be Phyllis Massenberg and Andre Robinson.
Good evening, board. I'm Jenny Cauldron. A couple weeks ago, when a mother stood in this exact same place telling you a heartbreaking story of how her child was denied access to the bathroom, I was shocked. I knew this used to be a common practice, especially in DPS, but after the 2013 OCR complaint, I really thought we were beyond this. Following that board meeting, I had dozens of conversations with teachers, students, and parents. And it seems that these sort of bathroom policies are widespread within the district. And they're an attempt to manage behavior, but they actually do the opposite. Students are less likely to drink enough water when their bathroom usage is being policed. And research, along with every parent ever, can tell us that this actually makes students less productive in the classroom and puts them in terrible moods as well. I don't know how compliant y'all's children are when they're moody, but mine are not. Denying access to the bathroom may prevent bathroom vandalism like we see on TikTok, but it won't help those children feel emotionally and physically safe at school. It won't address diverse learning needs, and it certainly won't engage students in learning. Children are endlessly creative in subverting authority, and this disciplinary practice does nothing to promote discipline, but actually hurts children instead. In fact, trauma has been shown to cause a disconnect between the body and the mind, meaning that the children who are most likely to only know that they need to use the bathroom when it's urgent are those children who've been touched by trauma, which is one of the most vulnerable populations in our district. DPS has had nearly 8 years to address this matter on a school-by-school basis, and quite frankly has failed to do so. So my request today is simple: a clear district-wide policy that allows students access to the bathroom when they request it. To do anything else is to turn a blind eye to what we know is not best practice in our schools. And just in case there's any doubt in what I'm saying, I will be sending research to the board members before this meeting is even over. Thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis Massenberg, then Andre Robinson and Crystal Moore.
Good afternoon. Chairwoman Umstead, Durham School Board members. My name is Phyllis Massenberg, and I'm here to represent the family of Betty Doretha Harris Massenberg. I have a question before I start, and I realize I have 3 minutes. I'm looking for those lights you were talking about. Okay, right here. Okay. Has a decision been made on the name of elementary school F? Because that's why I'm here. I'm here to talk about that. And so if that decision's been made, it's a moot point. Okay, all right. In my allotted time, I would like to share with you why Betty Doretha Massenberg Elementary School is right for a Durham Public School educational building such as an elementary school. Her name was submitted in the IDEAS website. And so therefore I'm following up on information about her. I must admit that 3 minutes is not enough time to talk about her. I had a prepared 2-minute video to share with you about her, but I understand that's not appropriate now. But I must say that she has a website. It's www.bettymassenberg.com. What you will find on that website is her resume, and what I'm most proud of on that website is an audio, a video of Minnie Fort Brown, who did a eulogy basically at her funeral, and she included all of her information. It was just amazing how she summed up all of her information at that time. She was the first African-American female principal in Durham Public Schools back in 1975. How do we acknowledge the first African-American female school principal? Because in her world, that was the highest position that she would be able to achieve at that time. She realized that she was making history because she archived her information at Duke and North Carolina Central University. I would love for you to take a look at her information and would be pleased if, on behalf of her family, you would strongly consider her name for that school. Take a look at her. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Our next speaker can come on in, Andre Robinson. Next will be Crystal Moore and Deborah Garrison.
Good evening. My name is Mr. Andre Robinson, and I'm the pre-kindergarten exceptional children instructional assistant for Lakewood Elementary School and the DPS instructional assistant representative for my school. To the superintendent and the school board of Durham Public Schools, good evening and buenos noches. And it's an honor and a privilege to speak in front of this gathering. This is my first year working for Durham Public Schools, and I've worked in schools in Virginia and North Carolina. The two issues I will address are the over the limit of 150 hours per month for our work schedule and the availability of comp time for teacher assistants. From discussion of all the instructional assistants, almost all are working above their hours to the amount from 15 to 20 hours per month. Bus duties, for example, at some high schools where the students are dismissed at 4 o'clock, but sometimes the bus arrives at 5:30. This pattern accumulates into 5 to 7.5 hours per week over the limit. Also, some are being pulled out to help out in classes where there are not many substitutes that are not available for the school day, and receiving substitute pay, which could be given or not given, depending on the school. Cafeteria, which is now changed to outdoor lunch, or in the classroom in case of inclement weather, could be another example of how teachers or assistants are being pulled out and not receiving time. Comp time, from my understanding, is being implemented from school to school. How comp time may look, for instance, for Lakewood Middle would be different for Lakewood Elementary. Another instance was the comp time could not be used except for when students are not in class, and comp time could not be used the month after it's accrued. The plan that we have discussed with Dr. Mbenga and Ms. Baer from the board is that comp time will be implemented across the board in every school in the 55 schools of Durham Public Schools, and how comp time is used when it's accrued to us. We have 471 instructional assistants of the best and the brightest of Durham Public Schools. We are DPS, and we put in the spark in every classroom and ignite limitless potential. Some have part-time jobs, children, elderly to look after, and other commitments. We are the hands and feet of every school. Before I take my seat, I would like to thank Dr. Mbenga and the board for the opportunity to work with the students of Durham Public Schools and listen to our concerns that are being addressed to help us to be the best for our students of Durham Public Schools. Have a blessed DPS evening, and carpe diem, and adios. Adios.
Crystal Moore, Deborah Garrison, and the next will be Rachel Owens.
Good evening. I'm Crystal Moore. I am a ECIA at Riverside High School, and I am the representative for the Instructional Assistants Association at Riverside. Tonight, you're going to hear a lot of us talk about pay and time and comp time and the tax system and compensation. I'm here to talk about that, but not in the traditional way you would expect. Classified staff in Durham Public Schools make up a very large portion of very important roles in our school system. I'm sure that you've seen classified staff in schools. You meet secretaries as soon as you come in the office. They're the kingpin of their school. They know everything that's going on in their school and where everyone is. You walk past custodians who work tirelessly and are often understaffed throughout the pandemic, making sure that all touch surfaces and classrooms are clean and sanitary. You may not see the lunch staff, but students do, and they are challenged each day to provide a nourishing meal to students amidst a national shortage and manage to somehow do it to the best of their abilities every day. But you may not see an IA in a classroom, and if you do, you may not actually know what it is that we do. Each role that is provided by a certified staff member of Durham Public Schools is important. But instructional assistants seem to be a kind of enigma as a role. I'm not going to stand here and try to list off all of the many duties that I do each day. There just isn't enough time in 3 minutes. But I'll do my best to create an abstract of what my day looks like as an ECIA, a job that I love, and what providing duties as needed, and boy, there are a lot of them. There is bus lot duty and carpool duty and breakfast and lunch duty. There are the secretarial duties of copying and filing and answering classroom phones. There is the luxury chauffeur service of escorting students to bathrooms and specials, media, the media center, PE, the front office. There's nursing duties of toileting and tube feedings and catheterizations. The actual instructional duties of one-on-one and small group instruction, and of course, the endless covering for teachers to whom attend meetings, go to IEPs, be sick, pick their children up from school, or other duties as needed. And somehow we managed to do this and more and do it in 5.5 hours because we aren't compensated for more than that. Even if we end up clocking out at 8 or so hours due to said as needed duties, it feels like Sisyphus's stone because you clock out and the tax system says 7.5, even if you've been there for longer. After all, comp time, we are only given comp time and it can only be used when students aren't in the building. I would challenge the board to please come into our classrooms and see what we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Deborah Garrison. Or Deborah, I'm not sure. And then the next person will be Rachel Owens.
Hey, good evening all.
Good evening.
My name is Rachel Owens. I am a teacher at Northern High School. And I'm also one of the architects of the proposed resolution for DPS to transition to renewables that you guys were emailed earlier this week. As a high school science teacher of 22 years, I have watched this issue of climate change come into the consciousness of my students slowly but surely over the years, and in a way no other issue has during my career. It is the defining issue of their time. They understand that we, as a society, have to make huge changes in the way we consume. They understand that industry has to care more about the welfare of the people who buy their products than they do the bottom line. They understand that as pre-consumers in their young adult age, they are not able to make the decisions in their households as to what products their parents buy for them. They understand that the healthier, safer, more environmentally friendly products are usually the more expensive ones, and that families don't always have the option to choose them over their less healthy counterparts. They understand that they didn't create this problem, but they are the ones dealing with the brunt of its effects. They understand a lot more than we give them credit for. What they don't understand is why some in older generations refuse to comprehend how important this issue is and how their decisions and choices supremely and overwhelmingly will determine their quality of life for the rest of their life. They do not understand how the least we can do, like recycling and adjusting the thermostat a few degrees here and there, are so difficult for society. They don't understand why the simple things like clean air and clean water aren't a priority. They don't understand why we can't elect leaders who care more about their welfare than making money for the fossil fuel companies that are funding their campaigns. Actually, they kind of do understand that one, but they don't like it. They don't understand why this issue is not at the forefront of every single economic, societal, and policy-driven conversation on the streets, in every household, in every boardroom, and at every level of corporate and governmental decision-making on this planet. We must do better. We cannot let these precious children down any longer. They didn't ask to be here in this time, in this mess that we made. It is time that Durham Public Schools transitions to renewables. And it is time that we match the city of Durham and the county of Durham's commitment to transition as well. So please, please, please take this consideration for our children, this consideration of this resolution to your heart. And please, we ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dale Everett and Tom Campbell will be after that.
Right the first time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mubenga, Madam Chair and the DPS School Board for extraordinary service and leadership during these extraordinary times. My heart goes out to you all for what you've had to deal with in terms of health, equity, and inclusion during a global pandemic, and pay attention to education. So my name is Dale Everts. And my wife Betsy and I live close to where I was born at Watts Hospital. I'm with the Climate Reality Group, Solar Schools team that Rachel just spoke about. And I'm speaking as a former DPS parent and fingers crossed, maybe a grandparent at some point, and supported the resolution of transitioning to renewable energy that you just added to your agenda. So I worked for 30 years at the Environmental Protection Agency, where at the Air Quality Office, the Clean Air Office, where we were charged with setting clean air policy for the US, for the entire US. It's not just a regional office here. During the last third of my career, I led a group focused on air pollution and climate change. So I learned a lot about how air pollution affects children's health. And we also developed tools that illustrated the disproportionate impact that air pollution has on disadvantaged communities of color, what we now call and refer to as environmental justice. Michael Regan, who you may know, got his start in this office and became North Carolina's Secretary of the Environment, Environmental Quality, and is now the EPA administrator. The good news is that powering our schools with clean renewable energy reduces climate pollution that disproportionately impacts low-income communities. It provides students the tools and experience that they need for the new green energy economy, the one that they're going to run. By saving money on utility bills, there's more money for staff, teaching resources, extracurricular programming in schools serving low-income neighborhoods, and that creates the possibility for resilient emergency shelters that can be safe havens in the time when the lights go out because of extreme weather. In terms of health, schools powered by clean energy help to reduce cancer, heart disease, asthma, and other respiratory diseases in children. They create healthier environments for physical activity and outdoor learning. More than 50,000 students in North Carolina suffer from asthma, and this is the main reason they miss school. Global warming increases air pollution and airborne allergens, and with that, the rates of childhood asthma, and of course, the days they will miss school. So I know you want these health and equity benefits for Durham schools, and this resolution will help you get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Campbell. And then next up will be Bob Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Tom Campbell, and I am also here to speak to the proposed renewable energy resolution that you recently received in an email. I am the proud father of 3 Durham Public School graduates, and I also, way back in the 1980s, when most of you were probably still in school yourselves, served on the Durham City Council from 1981 to 1989. And from 1984 until I retired from the council in 1989, I served as chair of the council's finance committee. And from that experience, I'm guessing that you're sitting here now rightfully thinking to yourselves, well, this idea of transitioning to renewable energy is all very well and good, but how on earth are we expected to pay for this when we already can't pay for so many of the things that our schools and our students need? So I've looked into some ideas of how to pay for this, and the 2 handouts I've given you are part of what I've found so far. The first, based on a cost estimate from one of the largest solar companies, shows that you would likely save money if you use bond funding to pay for solar installations. The same calculation would almost certainly hold true if you use bond funding to pay for energy efficiency upgrades in our school buildings. So I hope that you will join us in asking the county to include funding for solar installations and energy efficiency in the upcoming bond issue. The second handout comes from a report made at Monday night's City Council meeting with a chart showing that the city government can reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by more than 80% by 2040 at a net cost of $4.6 million or less than $250,000 a year. So I hope that you can see that transitioning to renewable energy is not going to be mission impossible, and it's not going to break the bank. School districts all across the country are setting similar goals, so there will be plenty of opportunity to learn from what other folks are doing. And with the increasingly dire warnings that we are getting about global warming, your students will surely thank you in the coming years for taking these actions now. Thank you for your service.
Hello, I'm Bob Thomas. I'm a constituent. I don't have any kids in the Durham Public Schools. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Wherever you are, there you are. And over there, yes, there you are. And but I have a nephew who's gone through the public schools. I have my girlfriend's daughter went through the public schools, and I believe schools are very important. And last time, the last election, I ran for Congress on the Republican ticket for this district, and I'm planning to do so again. And I'm very interested in unity. I believe we're never so strong as when we're united. And I consider that some of the recent things I've seen in school boards have been divisive, and I would like to make sure that there's nothing like that going on in the Durham Public Schools. And for that, I'm interested in seeing whether or not there's anything with critical race theory going on in our schools. So I'm interested in finding out about curricula. I'm interested in finding out about what books are being taught, and I'd like to know how I can do that. And for this, I brought this, and I will give it to you so that I can be contacted about what's going on, because I'm very interested in contributing to unity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last public speaker for in-person is Jessica Vandy.
Hi, it's actually Jessica Bondi, but thanks. I appreciate it. So tonight I come to you because I have no understanding of how the young men in our Durham public school system can be treated with such discrimination as they are. I come to you because of an incident that was on September 15th at my son's high school, where an athletic director walked into the locker room of these young men. Nothing's been done that I can see. Nothing's been done that these boys can see. You can't tell me that the same thing would have happened had a man walked into our female football players' locker room. Our female football player, who is amazing, gets the utmost respect from the players as well as the rest of the staff in the school. The boys don't get that same respect. They didn't that day. And because there's no visible consequence, they're still not getting the respect they deserve. They're still not getting treated with the same rights that they deserve to be treated with. That's it.
Thank you. I believe our administration is working on that issue. Since we have exhausted our time for public comment, we did have some that were submitted online. Those have been sent to the board, and they also are available on our website. So we won't have time to read those tonight. Mr. Sutter, if you'll get a break, but they are available on the website and have been sent to the board. The next item on our agenda is our consent items. We have two tonight: a purchase agreement with Tent and Table and Hillside right-of-way with temporary construction easement for a new Go Triangle bus stop. As to the review, those consent items have been sent and reviewed to board members in advance.
Move approval of the consent items.
Second. Been moved by Mr. Sears, seconded by Ms. Valladares. Any other discussion?
Yes, I do have some discussion points. A lot of gratitude for everyone who is making the outdoor lunches, the outdoor eating a success. I know it takes a lot of work. But we're adding more tents. And so this is a good thing because I know every school was allocated for in the original order. And there's additional tents that are being asked for. And just a point of clarification, these are schools that want more tents than the ones that were originally allocated.
Correct. So the initial survey garnered 45 tents that were requested. This is for 60, so that'll bring us to a total of 105 tents. That's enough for each one of our schools. As a matter of fact, a couple for each one of our schools.
Thank you so much for all that. And I also just want to thank a lot of folks who have been emailing us just in support of outdoor eating and learning. I did say I was going to just say something about all the things that we were saying. So, the folks from Bike Durham, the folks from the Center for Environmental Farming Systems, I met with them as well. College of Design at NC State. And we got letters of support for outdoor learning from individuals within the Environmental Affairs Board that submitted a letter of support for outdoor learning and eating. And so all these installations will help with outdoor learning. So they're being used right now for eating, but the idea is that, it'll also facilitate outdoor learning. So we got a lot of letters and I just wanted to make sure I did right by CEFS, the core in between and all these other folks. But the Bike Durham folks that also submitted support. Thank you.
All right. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education mask mandate vote. As you all know, by state law, we are required to vote monthly to keep face coverings in our schools.
I move we continue. How do I move this? We continue the mask mandate for Durham Public Schools.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please use the sign nay. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is Operations Services. We'll start with the resolution. Ms. Byer would like to bring, Ms. Smith also has a copy, so if you could project it for us.
So thank you for adding this to the agenda and thank you to the speakers that came to speak on this. Ms. Valladares and I had a chance to meet with some of the folks that are bringing this to our attention. And I think it's so important that as we consider new construction, as we consider our vision for the future, that we consider how we can lead in this area and really set targets for ourselves that are strong and that lead us forward, both in how we're building, how we're powering, how we're emitting, how we're teaching children. And I think this is probably too lengthy of a resolution for tonight. But I was hoping that we could just introduce it. I have sent it to Dr. Monk and Mr. Schnitzer for their feedback, and I was hoping that y'all might take the next week or two and look through it and see, you all received it as well from groups, community leaders. And that I hope we could take action on it at our November 4th work session. Is that, Ms. Valladares, you probably had things to add to that. I just wanted to introduce that briefly.
Yes, just wanted to say that the main point is that the city and the county have already passed resolutions. There is a goal that the city has that by 2030 we will be there's goals for 2030 and 2050. By 2050 it'll be 100%. And so the city and the county have already done this, and they have asked, whether DPS as another governing body will also align with the city and the county's support of this. And one of the things is also, speaking of cost, speaking of some of the ways that the documents, the financial documents over time. I know that we have Duke Energy. There were conversations about the franchise agreement with Duke, and that was there was a lot of advocacy with the franchise agreement. Still a lot of work to be done in terms of not having dependency on energy. It's going to get costlier over the years. And so one of the things is, how do we take back ownership of our own energy, which is going to go up. Everything is going up right now. And so this is a long-term planning. And they provided a lot of numbers in terms of bonds. Also, there are a lot of people moving into Durham who have yet to contribute to education. A bond would mean that that they also get to contribute to what is happening. And so we want everybody, we don't want it to be taxing everybody who's been living here and paying into it, but we want everybody who's coming in to do that. So that is one of the conversations that have been said, but the resolution itself just kind of aligns us with city and county goals for renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares and Ms. Byer for bringing this to us. The resolution is about 3 pages, so I would suggest that we ask the administration to review it and then bring it back for our work session where we could read it. Did you have a comment, Mr. Lee?
I did. So, reading through this, I support this work, absolutely. However, I want to make sure that, as a resolution on the board level, that we make sure that we keep it generalized. There are some specific directives in this resolution that may become a problem. Like our funding comes from the county, and having requirements stated in a resolution can get kind of tricky if it's not funded, right? So I want to make sure that we use language as in like compelling and, asking and so forth to be included in plannings and things like that. I want to make sure that we keep it on the governance level instead of the action level, so that it could be successful. So we can successfully pass the resolution. We can successfully ask the administration to make these adjustments in there. But again, that's my input on it. But I do support. I love the idea when we were in the signing of the beam at Lions Farm. There was conversation about with elementary school F trying to put solar panels on the top, right? And so I thought that was a really good idea. I wish we could do that for every single school, but I don't want at this level, at a resolution level, I don't want to say you do that to every single plan, as I want to make sure that we move it up to more of a governance level in the language.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We'll bring that back to our November 4th work session. The next item on our agenda will be the Durham Public Schools 10-year CIP update. I'll pass it over to Dr. Monk and his team.
Thank you and good evening, Chairwoman Umstead, Dr. Mabenga, and staff and other board members. Tonight, staff is going to do a presentation at the end for consideration of the board, make a recommendation that we approve this updated CIP plan that was first developed in 2020 in conjunction with Durham County, and then authorize us to work collaboratively with the county to incorporate it into Durham County's larger CIP. As you will recall, the first CIP that we did in 2020 was for about $500 million. This is from the Cummins report that was commissioned in 2019, which actually indicated a capital improvement need of $757 million, $500 million of which was deferred maintenance. Tonight, ours is quite a bit more, but Mr. Davis is going to walk through the rationale of why we're seeing some of these increases. And just to remind the board that this is also coming at the behest of the county whenever you all met as a joint body in August for staffs to work together to update that CIP due to some of the rising construction costs, as well as to add additional projects to it and extend it out for a couple of more years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Davis to walk through the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. He pretty much gave you the cliff notes of this presentation, but want to highlight a couple of things. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Education, Dr. Mabenga, and administration. I'm Frederick Davis, Director of Construction Capital Planning. I'm here to give you an update on our 10-year CIP. For those who may not be aware, the CIP stands for our Capital Improvement Plan. Next slide, please. So why a capital improvement or a 10-year CIP? The CIP not only tackles the much needed improvements to our building portfolio, but is a part of our 5-year strategic plan. Under priority 5, the CIP aligns with our strategic goals by 2023. And those are to have adequate, appropriate classroom spaces, as well as improve our physical environments for safety and learning. Next slide, please. We measured these goals and benchmarks to address classroom and capacity sizes. And we're doing that now with Lions Farm, which is under construction and will be opening in 2022, Elementary F, or soon to be named thereof, opening in 2023, as well as our 6 elementary schools. Renovations and additions will address our strategic goals. In terms of education suitability, one of the joint goals that we heard from both our boards of education and county commissioners was to have universal pre-K and EC programs district-wide. With the renovations and the modernization of our school buildings, we're designing and constructing schools to address safety and security, along with our learning environment guidelines, which is what we use as our design standards to employ new construction, renovation of our projects, as well as ensuring 21st century learning. Those 21st century learning will be found in Northern High School with common areas and pullout spaces that in a traditional classroom program, you would not find that. Next slide, please. So here's a recap of our 2020 CIP approved in February of 2020, as Dr. Monk has stated. Again, this program and estimates were based on the 2019 long range facility assessments. This list is prioritized again based on our strategic goal in mind. The total, again, over the next 10 years was $508 million. And as Dr. Monk stated, this covers the deferred maintenance costs as well as new construction. But in the report of the $750 million, $550 was solely for deferred maintenance. So you see that we still have a gap in which to achieve. Next slide, please. So this evening, we're here to provide you an update based on a few considerations. These considerations are broken up into academics and operations. In an August meeting with the joint county board, as well as our Board of Education, the county spoke or addressed a relevance to updating our CIP based on some of the findings that they saw in their construction plan due to construction costs escalating as well as labor shortages. Universal pre-K was also mentioned as a highlight, as a goal for both boards at that time. CIP, due to increased construction costs, has led us to look at how we can reevaluate and prioritize. With the onset of COVID, indoor air quality considerations, additional program space, outdoor learning classrooms, an increase in administrative space, and the need for sustainability goals, we are going to work with our county finance department to understand and reflect those adjustments. Next slide, please. So if you remember, in August, we came to you with an update on the 6 elementary schools as well as Elementary F of the current design and a request for an overall total budget increase due to some of the considerations that I mentioned in the previous slide. The Cummins report was the basis of design for our original project budgets. And in the Cummins report, it really was a life cycle tabletop, meaning that if the school was built or if the chiller was replaced in 2020 and being that it's 2021 now, based on a life cycle cost, you would want to look to replace that. So it really did not get up under the hood, for an analogy, to really look at what we would face in these particular schools. And so in February of 2021, the county commissioners and finance team provided us initial funds for design of Elementary F as well as these 6 elementary schools, as well as a feasibility studies for both Jordan High School as well as Durham School of the Arts. During the initial design of the discovery phase, we identified additional opportunities and further aligning our district's goals under these projects. In the discovery phase, our consultants did a more detailed analysis of just what was need to be considered. And thus you have the new proposed budgets. Next slide, please. So our new updated CIP currently has the first round of projects, which include Northern High School. Next. And it concludes with new renovations, allocation for space utilization, school needs such as the new Ignite Academy, as well as much needed administrative space. Next, please. These updates totally reflect the market conditions both now and the anticipated construction dollar increases due to yearly escalation. As you see, the estimated roughly $860 million worth of need over the next 10 years by 2031. The cash flow was indicated in your initial packages on how the money will be broken out over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. Click, please. So this evening also, along with the updated CIP, we are here to bring you findings from one of the feasibility studies of Durham School of the Arts, which was included in the first round of prioritized projects. I have with us today NEMA Management, who over this course of the summer did a deep dive in looking at the opportunities, the risks, and challenges for Durham School of the Arts, as well as Durham Public Schools. We have with us today Mr. Stephen Hess, as well as Rob Everett, who will give you a deeper dive in their findings. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions regarding the CIP as they conclude their presentation. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Steve Hess. I'm with NEMA Management. I had the pleasure of working with the staff of DPS, DTW Architects, Barnhill Construction, and Ramey Kemp to do this feasibility study of the construction options for the Durham School of the Arts. Next slide, please. So during our study, we came up with two questions. And the first question, or the primary question, was, does the Gregson Street campus best support the mission and vision of a 21st century modern School of the Arts? The Gregson Street campus was designed and built in 1906. It served several different reconfigurations for 90 years. In 1996, it was reconfigured for the Durham School of the Arts. So it was a 90-year-old campus when it was renovated for the Durham School of the Arts. It's been served as a campus for the Durham School of the Arts for 25 years. You know, some of the examples and challenges that we saw, the Black Box Theater used to be an auto body shop. There's challenges of the site. Again, basically a 20th century site, trying to ensure that it can meet 21st century standards with stormwater control, traffic, carpooling, and there's multiple building levels that make it challenging to secure and provide access. The buildings also box in opportunities. The challenges of the older buildings make it hard structurally to integrate new technology, new HVAC, daylighting, and modern classroom size. Next slide, please. The secondary question was, how will external constraints impact the design of the Gregson Street campus? And the external constraints that we're talking about are accessibility, ADA requirements, impervious surface limits, how we manage and control stormwater, security and safety best practices, and then the NCDOT carpool stacking requirements. Next slide, please. So the accessibility and security challenges, we did a site survey, and there are over 68 exterior doors to secure. It makes it challenging to visit the campus. It makes it extremely challenging to lock down the campus during an active shooter situation. And there are 69 stairs and ramps to navigate. Designers can create ramps and work the site to meet the different elevations, but at the end of the day, there are 5 or 6 buildings that are at different floor levels that you can't raise or lower. So that's really hard to overcome. Next slide, please. And then external carpool stacking. These photos were taken September 2nd of this year. And what I discovered, and I waited 3 or 4 red light cycles because I couldn't quite believe my eyes. The carpool stacking goes all the way back to Chapel Hill Street. And I checked and waited, and you can see in the middle slide, there's an empty lane. Folks who know where they're going go through that lane. Everybody else in that lane was stacked all the way back up to West Chapel Hill Street. If we renovate the Gregson Street campus, NCDOT will require us to make sure that all those purple lines are stacked inside the green box. Next slide, please. So we looked at 4 different options for DSA. We looked at option 1, which is a phased renovation on the Gregson Street campus. Option 1B was using the old Northern, current Northern, as a swing space, allowing us to do a single phase renovation of the Gregson Street campus. Option 1C was to go to the market and find a commercial space and use that as a swing space. And then option 2 was to build a new campus on the Duke Homestead site. The Duke Homestead site was purchased 5 to 10 years ago for the purpose of building a new school. Next slide, please. The construction criteria that we looked at were schedule, design schedule, zoning and permitting, construction, cost, phasing, schedule, and market escalation affect costs. Obviously, the more phases, the longer time it takes, the more construction management fees you pay. And then risk. We looked at risk as far as safety of children and staff of DPS. We looked at risk to schedule and cost, zoning and environmental analysis and approvals, and then the risk of NCDOT traffic requirements. Next slide, please. Next slide. So our schedule summary, we recommended Duke Homestead. Both Duke Homestead and the Old Northern Swing Space are 23-month schedules, which would allow us to occupy in fall of 2025. We chose Duke Homestead because it has higher certainty of schedule. There's no unforeseen conditions. It's a brand new greenfield site. The Old Northern Swing Space is the same time frame, but we have uncertainty and risk in the schedule due to renovation, both the renovation of Old Northern Swing Space and the renovation of the Gregson Street campus. And then an occupied renovation would take 48 months, and we'd be able to occupy the Gregson Street campus in 2027. The challenge with that is we don't know what we don't know. There's so many unforeseen conditions that we really won't understand that until we get into it. So there's several challenges. Next slide, please. Next slide. The costs were, we looked at the costs. We worked with Barnhill and came up with some conceptual square foot cost. We weighted those costs based on schedule, extended general conditions, cost per square foot for renovations versus new. We increased the contingency for the renovation to try to address the unforeseen conditions. But again, that was just an approximation. And we recommend a Duke Homestead site as the best use of DPS's money. It's $120 million projected. It's $4 million more than option 1B, the Old Northern Swing Space. But there's higher cost certainty because it's a new school and not a renovation. And for the extra $4 million, you get a modern school and you still retain the Gregson Street campus for conversion to highest and best use. The commercial swing space is red. It was expensive, $150 million. And the challenge with that was basically the leasing cost and the upfit cost. Next slide. Next slide. So with risk, we looked at several things. The first one was 4 years of logistics on an already tight site. If you can imagine, if you visited the Gregson Street campus during carpooling, imagine carpooling and construction trucks and concrete trucks and stone trucks all happening at the same time. It'd be extremely challenging. The other thing is, this diagram broke up the campus into 4 phases. The challenge of separating students and allowing and providing a clear, accessible, safe path for the students from one phase across a construction site would be extremely challenging. It could be done, but it would be challenging. The other issue that we found, that we discovered, is the risk of accessibility, the 68 stairs and ramps that we'd have to deal with. And also the carpooling and security risk. Next slide, please. So DSA, the Gregson Street campus infrastructure has had deferred maintenance for quite a long time. And we can identify certain issues on the surface: cracked concrete, walls that are bleaching and may not be weather tight. The challenge is we don't know what we don't know. The picture in the upper right, I just pulled a grade up and looked at a storm drain. That storm drain just at the surface is over 60% blocked. So I did provide a contingency for some of this stuff, but there's no way that we can identify all the costs with these. Next slide, please. And then we talked about traffic impactors, traffic impact factors. And if you remember the slide of the carpool stacking, we worked with Ramey Kemp. They did a traffic study for us. It was just a high level traffic study. But what they told us is for 2,000 students, NCDOT requires 1.87 miles of carpool stacking. So I did a sketch, that sketch in the upper right corner, that would, if you could imagine carpool stacking all the way up to Demaria Street and around, that's what's required. DOT would not let us do that externally. We would have to figure out how to do that on the site. The lower left-hand corner image is a 58-acre site at Duke Homestead, which would allow us to stack the carpool. The other issue that we have is Gregson Street and Duke Street have a capacity of 10,000 vehicle trips per day. And the DSA adds 2,000 vehicle trips per day. Gregson's, the Duke Homestead campus, there's plenty of capacity in that neighborhood. I think it's Guest Road has a capacity of 25,000 vehicle trips per day. And in 2017, there was a survey done that showed that it was only being used by 23,000 cars a day, which showed a capacity of 2,000 cars. Next slide, please. So for our risk conclusion, we recommend Duke Homestead for the reasons that we outlined earlier. It's new construction. We can quantify the risk. The occupied renovation has the highest risk due to student safety, traffic, and environmental concerns. Next slide. So in conclusion, we did a graphic score, red, yellow, green, and then we put some numbers to them just to make sure that our intuition was right. And Duke Homestead was the best suggestion as far as schedule, cost, and risk. And then the phase renovation had the most risk. Any questions?
Thank you so much for this presentation. Board members, any questions?
This is all like logical, and I appreciate the depth of logic that you're at. I don't know how to quantify and include the voices within the DSA community and the love for that site, as troubled as it is, and multi-access points, and the rich history. I don't know, Dr. Monk, is this a question for you? Where are we at with this decision and engaging the DSA community as part of this decision?
So we have met with DSA leadership to discuss the opportunities that will come from this recommendations and some of the challenges that we will face if we remain there. I would like to also point to the cash flow that's at the end of this presentation. That's a part of an attachment with this item that speaks to our plans for DSA in the future. even though, well, the site, the building itself, for all the historic value that it has. Keeping it in the DPS family and using it for a higher use as Mr. Hess spoke to. I think that there's some things that are going to be challenging to get around as it relates to the building as it is this. The traffic is one that, I mean, that's going to be driven by codes, ordinances, things like that. If we were to remain on campus, then our goal of expanding DSA to 2,000 students, we're going to be looking to shrink it maybe to 1,000 or so students. Because recall, we're talking about putting the queuing on the campus. So that's going to be more of the campus being used for roadway versus new facilities for our students to learn in. The other challenge is the building itself. While historic, was not built to be a performing arts school. We have an opportunity to do all the things that we say that we want to do as it relates to performing arts, and build the types of spaces that are going to give our students the opportunities that other students are having in other districts that are doing these performing arts schools. We also have Hillside New Tech, which I believe we're going to be talking about a little bit later on tonight, that is growing, and Hillside is also growing. And those growths have come together dramatically this year as they struggle to try to coexist on the same campus. This gives us an opportunity for Hillside New Tech to have a home of its own, so to speak, and continue to grow and provide those students with an opportunity to excel. We also have Ignite. Right now, they're split between a couple of different campuses. And the e-learning centers, we don't call them necessarily classrooms, the e-learning centers are being run out of mobile classrooms that we have reclaimed from Carrington for the time being. But those spaces, as we continue on with that school, will need a place to grow. And then just administrative spaces that the district needs as it grows. We renovated the Mini Fort Brown Center to increase for our multilingual resource center. But one of the things that we're learning through the pandemic is having more of a mixed use type of facility where people can come and talk about transportation and school nutrition and have someone there from multilingual resource to address their needs is beneficial. That helps parents from having to go all across the district and have a one-stop shop. So I say all that to say the opportunities are great on a number of ways. And we may not get this opportunity again. This is not that often that the county actually comes to us and say, hey, add more things to your CIP as we look to increase your capital funding.
No, that's a great answer and a lot to consider. I guess I'm unclear. Are you asking us to make this decision tonight without any input from the DSA community? Like, other than you've talked with leadership, like this is the first that they will have heard of it and we will have made this decision. Y'all are vacating your campus and we're building you. And is that where we are with this decision? Because I feel some unease about that.
Sure. So what we would say is this is a capital improvement plan recommendation from staff, much like we did the original 500 million. We set out the criteria that we were going to use to prioritize the schools. And as you would note, many of the schools, as a matter of fact, all of the schools that were on there originally remain because that's what the board said was a priority. DSA is still up there and in its same slot. The thing that must be considered as we continue to move forward with this is that there's about a $4 million difference between the path that we were going before, which is renovate and then trying to do additions on the site, and what we're proposing with the new facility. What we know more now than what we did then is, because we've had funding to have someone to go out and look at the site, is that we will likely not have 2,000 students at DSA if we decide to remain on the site. It will be something much less than that. The board, along with working with the county, put DSA high on the priority. They funded enough for us to do this research. And we have a meeting with the county next month to talk about moving forward with what that CIP is going to look like, which is also going to spark conversation about how much the next bond is going to be and when that needs to be on the ballot. So time is certainly of the essence here. I think that what staff is saying to the board is, and I get the community input certainly, but what staff is saying is that we're going to keep the building in the family, and that, but there is a decision to be made to, spend 116 million for less students in a building that's, I don't believe personally is the best use for a School of the Arts, or spend the additional 4 million, which will be a part of the CIP, and really build a state-of-the-art facility for the School of the Arts. And that's really where we're at as it relates to DSA. But tonight we do need to get a sense from the board where we want to go, because there's some information that we need to get to county staff and stand with the spirit of what both boards asked us to do and to working together and to come up with a CIP number.
But let me just add this to Ms. Bayer's concern. As we all know, CIP is a fluid document, and as you all know, we've been able to add 2 more years. As a matter of fact, I had a meeting yesterday with our interim county manager. So definitely, we really want to respect our DSA families and the community as well. For that reason, that's why before even bringing this plan to the board, we met with the leadership team to present this plan. But this is not gonna hurt as long as the board will give us the pleasure to proceed. I think our community should be able to provide the input, feedback as we presented tonight, and we'll be able to bring those inputs or feedback that we receive from the community probably at our next board meeting, if that's going to be the will, or if we're going to give it another month to be able to gather those feedbacks, that'll be fine. But the CIP document is pretty much fluid. We're working with our county staff, and we can bring this back to you at any time.
We'll go with Mr. Lee next, and then you, Ms. Valladares.
Thank you all for this presentation. Anyone who has driven anywhere in the vicinity of DSA during around 4 o'clock, we all understand the pain of that. And anyone who's been inside, we all understand the pain of the toughness of the school inside. I am actually really excited about this Duke Homestead option. DSA is a highly ranked school. It's nationally recognized. And we have the opportunity to build a true arts, School of the Arts campus on Duke Homestead. I've been out to the Duke Homestead site just from field trips for my little ones. And I know we're not going to be on that part, but just the Duke Homestead area, I can imagine a campus fit for a nationally ranked school. The openness, possible, I'm just throwing stuff out there, possible amphitheater outside, just green grass, just areas for photography, areas for outdoor chorus. I mean, just a true School of the Arts, like, just a national example of what a School of the Arts could be. And I'm sure there will be feelings for hanging on to the site, but I think there'll be more excitement about the possibility of moving this program to a school befitting, a campus and a building befitting of the program that it has become. I get excited when I think about, what the building can look like, what the area could look like, what the experience would be. Now, I live in North Durham, so I recognize that there will be more traffic up there. We use Carver all the time. But looking at, we're talking about outdoor learning spaces, outdoor lunch, moving forward into the future. And I just feel it would be safer for this campus to be at a Duke Homestead site if we're talking about true outdoor learning, true outdoor lunches, than it would be in downtown Durham. Not that I believe that there's an issue with crime or anything, but there's a lot of traffic around DSA. There's a lot of things happening around DSA. And so I do think we can use the current campus as great space. I love the idea of moving what is to become of New Tech possibly there, Ignite Academy there, office spaces here. I mean, this used to be a school, correct? If I'm remembering correctly, and doing it the same way for administrative, we have, that is prime real estate. And I hope that we can use the site for, our administrative pieces, but also, it could be a central hub for Durham Public Schools in downtown Durham. So I support the idea, and I like the idea of making sure we're going to the community, going to the alumni, and talking about the plan itself. We definitely have to communicate with them. I think as we as a board, we look at things and we want to make sure that we lead in those decisions and saying, this is what's best, but we want to get your input. How can we honor those who went to this school? Is it, everyone who's gone here, even before it was Durham School of the Arts, you could buy a brick, or you can get a big brick transfer to the new to the new campus, or maybe it's a pathway of the bricks of alumni from the building, have it printed on the brick, those sorts of things to make that connection. I'm not saying that, we wouldn't be tearing it down. I know that sounds like that. I'm just saying, I'm trying to give some examples, of trying to make the connection between the two. And, I do think alumni would understand why we want to change, move the program to a new space. But also, there are some historical things that are not pleasant about the building, and moving the program there to a new building, or maybe help to grow the community together in the program itself. So for one, I support, I truly support fully the move to Duke Homestead. But like Ms. Byer said, I really would love to get input from alumni families on how to honor the current location with the new location. That's the angle that I would love to have that input. But I think we as a board, we have to come out and lead and say this is the best option based on the information that we get. But definitely getting that input about how do we honor the site and alumni with the new location.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much for this presentation. I do have a couple of questions, and I echo, enthusiasm for school grounds that are spacious, that are wonderful, that meet the expectations of our community, and also project into the future. I do have questions related to the actual Duke homestead, specifically around the fact that it is on the Ellerby Creek watershed. And I just want to know if there are any conversations about impact, because anything that we do, it's already a given. There's going to be great things like we talked about in terms of like, the space, the ability to dream up everything it can be, but there's also environmental impacts that are just part of the whole thing. And I'd love for your analysis to include more of that environmental impact, especially for thinking a place like Duke Homestead. I look at all the trees, it's known to be a historic site. And what is that conversation about the historic site, about stormwater runoff, and the fact that Falls Lake is already impaired, it's considered impaired and it's polluted. And so how are we as, a district also being really intentional about, our own wins and the things that benefit us as a district that is growing, but also ensure that in our processes that we are also being environmental stewards and having those direct conversations about how to mitigate and reduce harm. So I'm more interested in if, down the line, if you all can include, like how are you going to deal with stormwater runoff, like storage ponds? How are you going to ensure that we're not causing impact that could harm? And I'm also envisioning the connection to the trails, being that it's on the Ellerby Creek watershed and there's already like a trail. There's a whole lot of opportunities for our kids to benefit from, existing trails and existing things, but the impact is also very important to me.
That's a great question, and it's a great point. We did not do a deep dive on the 58 acres at Duke Homestead. What I will say is we will need to address the same criteria on the 20 acres Gregson Street campus. And on Gregson Street campus, for instance, we'd probably have to do underground precast storage tanks, which are extremely expensive. We just installed one. It was $500,000 on a site that was a quarter of the site of Gregson Street. So what I will say is that environmental issues and stormwater will be addressed as they are on the Northern High School in every project. The 58 acres gives us a lot longer runway to address those and address those well.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Raven.
I had a question about the Durham School of the Arts, because I see the cost for that one is 120 million, and we're looking at 2,000 students. And I'm looking down at the Jordan High School also for 2,000 students, and that cost is 150 million. So I guess my question is it a capacity reason countywide as to why we can't try to engage both of these schools at the same time? And if you could just kind of follow my reasoning, I'm wondering if that additional 30 million cost is due to the delay in time before we could actually get started on that school. And I just wonder if we also maybe even communicate this to the county, that there could be a potential cost savings of $30 million by actually engaging in two projects, which I understand it's a huge undertaking. But when I think back to my MBA program, we had a capstone, and the capstone one of the discussions dealt with like the Southwest model. The Southwest model, they were actually able to save a lot of cost on a lot of their recurring costs because they had all of their planes were essentially similar. So your replacement costs and everything else like that, it's a big savings when you're having to operate buildings in which they have a similar layout, they have similar parts. And I'm just wondering, is there that ability to gain some efficiencies by, simultaneously trying to engage this? I know it's a lot, and it kind of goes without saying that I support a new Durham School of the Arts and at a new location. Just from my family's history, my aunt was in one of the first 3 years during the integration of Durham High, and my mom followed. She graduated in 72. So this is back when it was just Durham High. And even back then it was old, and I think to myself, I was in the first full class at Southern when we started in the class of 05. So the class of 94, they were there, but it was half a semester. So the class of the graduating class in 98, we started the 94, 95 school year. We were the first class that was there in that school that entire school year. So it's also important to get the thoughts from the students, because a lot of times, we as adults hold on to history more so than the excitement for students who like something new, and they gravitate to all the things that could be. And it's a way to kind of also pick their brains to see, what they could actually visualize, because they're the future. And I would love to see some of the things that Mr. Lee mentioned, come from the students and get some of their perspectives on what a campus could really look like. But I just think that there's a huge opportunity that if we're looking for two schools, both supporting 2,000 students, if it's a way to save $30 million by some way engaging it, even if it's a $5 million cost on each side, because of the additional costs, just because it's so hard to get that workforce to be able to engage that. I know that's a cost. We're dealing with this in real life, but that would just be something of interest to me. But I definitely support a new site for DSA. Thank you.
So in short, the answer would be probably. And Mr. Hess can speak to the jump that we saw basically between 2019 and now, as far as what the construction escalation is. Typically, it's about 1 to 2% a year. We've used for this scenario 5% per year. Beginning this year, we'll update it cost per square foot cost, and then extending out to when construction starts. When we brought the original 500 million to the county, we asked for it all at one time. If you look at the cash flow on page 77, you'll see notes beside each one of the school. One note in particular is hold per county request. So that's why we're not doing all of the elementary schools that we had prioritized initially, because the county asked us to start with the first 6 plus the DSA based off of what we had in priorities. We also recognize, though, that we want to make sure that we can build on the existing Jordan property, because we had to move off of northern purchase land and all that. That can impact what this construction cost is going to look like as well. And so that's why they gave us money up front to do investigative work for the Jordan site. That work is still ongoing, and once we have that information in hand, we would do just like we did with the 6 elementary schools in August, what we're doing tonight with DSA, bring it to the board and say, this is what our designers, this is what our construction managers are saying is going to be possible at this site. So I always recommend having all money up front so that you keep moving. One of the things that you all did a couple of weeks ago was we requested to move money from Lions Farm to do some other capital improvement needs. And that was because Lion Farm was already funded with the 2016 bond referendum. We go ahead and start. We got good bid prices on it. We, as you all saw last week at the topping off ceremony, making really good progress. We're past the time where we're having large, funds for change orders and things like that. Now we can address other needs elsewhere. So yes, to your point, the more things that you get to do at one time, that does take away some of the uncertainty of what's going on. But to Dr. Mabenga's point, who thought that we were going to be with 13%, inflation whenever we was first looking at this in 2019? No one. So we don't know what the future holds. Once you get much past 5 years or so, it's time for you to be rethinking and pushing out for the next 10 years anyway. So I think that as many projects that we can get upfront funding for and begin on, the better off we will be. But we were sticking with what the board had agreed to previously as it related to putting together this cash flow and then updating the number of projects that we were going to do.
Thank you. I love everything that I saw. I just hope that we could, take that opportunity, and if there is a savings that can be moved elsewhere to some of the other projects, because I just always have to make that assumption that projects this large, there are going to be some costs increase, especially like you said, once we're dealing a few years down the line. And I would love to be able to kind of get that golden star for us thinking ahead and trying to engage as early as possible. So thank you.
Mr. Sears.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the administration for the speed at which this is going. I agree with several of the board members that this is rushed, especially the communication piece with the DSA. And I don't want it to be 2070 before we can look at our infrastructure and say, okay, we're finally, catching up to all these top 15 lists that we find ourselves on. So I think these kinds of decisions are going to have to go fast, and we're not always going to be able to please every stakeholder. That's not a reason not to engage. And I applaud our team for working really quickly. I'm looking at the Growing Together website. We just wrapped up the first round of conversations. We're about to start the second round where we share out the data. So we are working quickly, but we're working diligently. And if we find that we're not getting enough voice, that's data for us on the next cycles that we see in the next 10 years of the CIP. So I can be in favor of moving the DSA site up further north and getting that state-of-the-art campus that I think we all want. And I'll just share what I shared with administration earlier, that I also want to see this in a domino plan. We have these high-value properties, value in history and location, and we're sitting on one of them here. And how are these things going to work together? Can we generate any revenue? Can we do some mixed use so that we're not having to put everything in bonds or push maintenance needs further and further out? So for what that's worth, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sears. Also, too, want to say thank you to the administration for bringing this. It's a very complex issue, and I appreciate how you all did your rankings. The proximity that the DSA campus has to downtown, I always see students walking to get their coffees or do that. I think is nice, but I also, Mr. Lee, when you talked about what could be at this new campus, can't help to be excited about actually a state-of-the-art campus. I agree that we do need to have some input from those families and the students that are there. But I think if we can talk about what can be and what couldn't be at their current site, I think that hopefully could inspire what we need. And I also just think about the trying to do renovations on that campus with students there feels like we'll be there forever. Feels like large safety concerns. And then even that site, when you all talked about the carpool, I mean, you're exactly right. And kids are kind of frogging their way to get to their cars. That's also not safe, right? Option when you're there during that carpool time. So I think we think about safety, we think about what can be this new site feels right. And the vision for keeping that in the DPS family feels good as well. Also, I was at DSA a couple weeks ago and was visiting with some of the EC teachers in the classroom, and their space is down in the basement of DSA. And I also thought, as you were talking about a new campus, if we designed some of these new spaces with our EC needs at the forefront, we could be having a whole different kind of space, right? Instead of being in the basement of where that DSA is. So I think those are where I see opportunities that can better serve our students. But I love history, I love nostalgia. So it's like, something about the campus not being there, but it's still being in the DPS family, I think makes me feel like, okay, we can do that. We can make that switch, and we'll still have some students who will be enjoying that space. Adults will be also enjoying that space as well. So this is for action, it sounds like. And Dr. Mabing, you also mentioned the CIP is a plan. So we could move or can't move. What is the administration's pleasure on this tonight?
Our pleasure is to get your votes so we can move forward. And at the same time, we'll find ways, means and way to be able to engage our community.
Can I get some clarification from Dr. Monk? Like, there is so much unmet need, and I wish we had done it years ago. We always have that conversation. It was cheaper. We could have done more with public resources. Here we are now. So we don't have anything in here for middle schools in this plan that I see. And then we have a lot of elementary schools listed that have extensive needs, but they're all bracketed hold for county request. So can you clarify for me, what are you prioritizing? Just those 6 elementaries, 120 million for a replacement DSA, high school theater renovation? Like, show me a list that we're actually like going to take over there and say, really, really, these are our most needed things. Is that how you're thinking about it? And I still thought we were looking for land for Jordan, because I have serious questions about the ability to replace that one on that site as well. So maybe I'm missing on the specific slide, but what are we going to take over there? Are we at that spot yet where we're going to like have our prioritized list? I always think of this as our prioritized list.
So yes, this is our prioritized list. We have 23 prioritized projects on it totaling $857 million. This is a cash flow that's, and what the county wants us to do is say, if they approve this as a part of their CIP, what they're saying is, we want to use LOBs for some of it. We're going to use bonds for some of it, and maybe even another bond 4 years from now to pay for the rest. So the cash flow is more about timing and their ability to cover the debt that they're going to be assuming to fund these projects. But our prioritized list is are these 23 projects. Now, I will say also though, to meet some of those middle school needs and other facilities and even schools up here until we get the comprehensive, we are using lottery funds. We're using existing LOBs, limited obligation bond funding, and the county increased our capital to $6 million annually. Have committed that. That's a real game changer as it relates to some of the things that we're trying to do. And so those are funds that we didn't necessarily have in our arsenal to address some of these capital needs before.
That's helpful. So the conversations you're having are different than ones we've had in the past where we've gotten our list cut severely. You're optimistic that the county is going to meet these needs over at least the next 2 bond cycles. And LOBs in between.
So
that's what we're trying to communicate to our community, that's our optimistic view of how it's going to go.
Let me add this. In the past, the county will work on their own CIP and DPS will produce their own. I think moving forward, we've been working together. So our staff, as well as the county staff, they're working together. They're fully aware of what's happening. And myself and the county manager as well, we know that this bill of $150 million is coming through. So we are pretty much on the same page.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares?
I just, short comment. I want to thank you so much for, bringing all this to us, all the details. I want to highlight that I have heard from community members advocating for Southern, and I did see Southern on there for the theater renovations. There's definitely more needs. The Southern community has, over time just been talking about how that school also needs a lot of renovations as well. So yeah, you mentioned lottery funds, you mentioned all kinds of funding, and just for community members who are concerned about Southern, what is down the line with lottery funds and some of the other ways that we're funding?
So one of the things that the board approved a couple of weeks ago was funding for structural improvements. And one of the schools at Southern looking at making the bleachers handicap accessible at the football stadium and things like that. In addition to that, we'd like to say, you look at Shepherd Middle School, Carrington Middle School, Brogdon Middle School. We've been able to use the increase in capital funds that we received from the county to not only address some of the infrastructure issues that we have there, but also to address some of the educational suitability. So if you go to Shepherd, for instance, you'll be able to see the mute court has been renovated, and hopefully we'll see kids in there in action very soon. We also did a forensics lab there. We're doing outdoor learning there. We did a maker space there. That's one of our schools that's an IB magnet that we hadn't seen the enrollment that we had expected. And so we're addressing some of those classrooms that students are going to be learning in so they can come and see what's possible. Same thing at Carrington. So that's what I'm saying. We're going to be using this increase that we've gotten from the county to not only address our infrastructure needs, but also some of our programmatic needs as well.
And just a quick follow-up, bike racks. I did hear from, we are having our students getting training on bike safety, and biking as an alternative mode of transportation. So I'm really glad about the bus stop at Hillside, which is in our consent items. But there's no bike racks, in a lot of these schools. And I'm wondering if lottery funds are being used for that as well. So just as we're looking at CIP and some of the infrastructural supports, bike racks is something else that folks have been
We
engaging
will
about.
definitely add it to the list.
Board members, again, this is up for action. I think we have heard very clearly, the administration, I believe, has heard that we want to make sure we hear Durham feedback from Durham School of the Arts, so we can move this tonight, but also, revisit if we need to in November, if we hear feedback from the community. I think some of this will be also a part of explaining to the community what we see the opportunities are here. But this is, again, up for action.
I move approval of the Durham Public Schools 10-year prioritized CIP.
I'll second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Mr. Lee. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you all and the team for your hard work. It's pretty amazing to see the new things that are happening when it comes to schools and facilities in DPS. So the next item is naming of elementary school F.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Following your district policy 9300, which you put into place in August of 2020, administration is bringing before you a menu of options for your consideration in naming elementary school F. We went to the community using engage.dpsnc.net and encouraging people's participation through social media for their suggestions and ideas about names for the school. We reached out to families and people in the neighborhood and to the broader Durham Public Schools community. Just as a quick recap, your policy says that the superintendent shall involve staff and students who have been assigned to the facility, although that has not yet happened because there is no assignment zone there. And we'll consider the following criteria in bringing recommendations to you. The name would not be similar to the names of other facilities. This next one is important. The schools will usually be named after geographical features, townships, regions, community characteristics, etc. This was a key piece in naming Lions Farm Elementary School. The name should include a designation of the type of school. Schools may be named for individuals upon group nomination. And the policy has a bias in favor of people who had an impact on Durham Public Schools students in specific. And then a couple of other minor points there, but those are the highest points of your policy. After reviewing the community submissions through engage.dpsnc.net, and looking at the geographical features, we bring before you 4 recommendations. They are not prioritized or ranked. They are for your consideration. The first is Third Fork Creek Elementary School, which is extremely specific to the geography of elementary school F, and it most directly adheres to the letter of your policy. Third Fork Creek Elementary School. It took me several times to practice saying that. And that is a significant con when you're talking about an elementary school and children who are learning to try to say the name of their very own school. In terms of popular support, the name Pauli Murray came up very frequently on engage.dpsnc.net. The most popular suggestion by community members by far, and staff recommends, if you go this direction, considers using just the surname Murray Elementary School in somewhat the same way that Lucas Middle School exists. That would recognize a nationally prominent civil rights activist and Hillside alumnus. However, as I said, policy 9300 really does favor site-specific naming first and then naming after individuals with significant specific impact on DPS. And I will note that we had a speaker tonight, as a counterexample. Betty Doretha Massenberg was a Durham City Schools educator. She did not receive a large number of nominations, but that's an example of a different kind of naming this choice. The other two choices that we present to you as options include Valley Ridge Elementary School, which is geographically on target, and it reflects adjacency to Hope Valley Farms without being confused with Hope Valley Elementary School, or Rock Creek Elementary School, which is also refers to the general geography. It's easy to say, especially for children, but it's a more generic name. A couple of other names that had been considered included Beacon Ridge. There is a ridge on the geographic site, but it is the same name as a housing development in Raleigh, so there's potential confusion there. And of course, there is always one person who submits Schoolie McSchoolface as the name of a school. Bless their hearts. So we have 4 names for your consideration here: Third Fork Creek Elementary School, Murray Elementary School, or Pauli Murray Elementary School, Valley Ridge Elementary School, Rock Creek Elementary School. And in this case, the superintendent and the administration do not have a strong leaning in any of these 4 directions. We present it to you for your discussion and your creativity.
Mr. Sutters, is this for action tonight or just for direction?
It is for action. I checked the wrong box, didn't I? This could be for action. I will defer to Dr. Monk and other staff to see if there are any time constraints on this, but these are the results of the community engagement that we did.
Thank you.
No time constraints.
No time constraints. All right, Mr. Lee.
So I came in here 100% with Murray, the thought of Murray. However, I'm hoping that we can extend this conversation a little bit more to consider, to study a little bit more about Ms. Massenberg. Honestly, before tonight, I did not know about Ms. Massenberg. I looked at the website. It's quite compelling. I know that our policy favors site-specific. But to be honest, I think it's important for us to highlight those who are important community members as well. I know there's challenges with that. However, I think we as a board, we have the ability to do such a thing. As I said, I came in fully supporting Pauli Murray Elementary School, because I supported that as well with Lions Farm. I supported the Murray name when we were thinking about names for Lions Farm, but Lions Farm, actually, the story behind the land actually prevailed, and I supported that as well. So I'm hoping that me personally, I like Murray, but I like the story behind Ms. Massenberg, being the first African-American female principal. It was Durham City Schools at that time. I haven't heard many Fort Browns comments at her funeral. I hadn't heard anything like that, but I did read about her. And I would compel us to think about that. She does have a significant impact on Durham Public Schools. Her history was significant in Durham Public Schools. And I think Pauli Murray, she was impactful on civil rights in general as well, for globally. So those are two very strong names that I would like for us to consider going forward. But the more I read about and learn about Ms. Massenberg, the more I'm being pulled in that direction. So those are my thoughts about the names. And if we don't necessarily have a strict timeline now, I'm hoping that we can narrow it down and have more discussions about the two and come to a conclusion between those two, if others don't have any other suggestions. Thank you.
Mr. Sears and then Ms. Lewis.
So having lived down in that area and been walking past that future elementary school for, I think, 18 years. 2003 is when I first saw it. I don't like I'm just talking to my fellow board members. I don't like the second two names because I don't think anybody in those areas use those terminologies, Valley Ridge or Rock Creek. I'm guessing that's
Generic, it is not.
it's a creek that runs along MLK down there. Third Fork Creek is a real thing. There's a trail there. There's a city station there. So I came prepared to say, I like Third Fork Creek, but dropping the creek. I like Third Fork Elementary. But I also like Polly Murray Elementary, and I actually like the Polly in there because that's how she's known. It's not Dr. King Elementary. She's known nationally and is getting some attention as Polly Murray. So board members, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for talking about the geographical names. And I agree with those points as far as dropping creek. I think that will be helpful with the tongue twister. I was also ready to support Polly Murray until the Massenberg family came and shared their support and the reason why. So I hope that we would also consider the Massenberg name as well. I do think about, I just want to lift up when we're doing surveys, we also know what the research shows as far as marginalized communities input with the survey. So we can give grace that it may not have the number of names, but by the presentation, the website, and even this that was shared with us by her family members, that we would consider that as community support and engagement. I also want to just take a quick point of privilege. I don't think that this email went to everyone, but for the Polly Murray, I did reach out to the community to get feedback because I know that was a name we had considered before. And one of the main things that I heard was it cannot be performative that we named the school Polly Murray, but we really are digging into what she did in civil rights activism. I have a letter from, I'll just read, my name is Rosita Stevens Holsey. I am an educator working in Prince George County, Maryland. I am one of the 5 living nieces and nephews of the Reverend Dr. Polly Murray. The 88-year-old matriarch of the family is legally blind. Therefore, I usually represent and speak on the immediate family's behalf. I'm not sure if members of your group have already made the decision, but I thought I would let you know that we would be honored to have a school named after her, especially in Durham, North Carolina. I could forward a packet with information and details of some of the highlights of her life and accomplishments. So just having that additional engagement really meant a lot as well. So, and one other point I want to raise is, in looking at the landscape of Durham Public Schools, we only have one other school that's named after a woman, J.D. Clements. So I think that I would like to consider what it would be like to name this either Masonburg, Polly Murray, or the geographical region that we're talking about. And if we can get more community engagement with the presentation of these names, it's really hard to make a decision. I would love to see that. Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
I really appreciate the work that staff has done and the input of my colleagues. I actually am feeling really called to Polly Murray Elementary. I think there's a reason that our community keeps sharing it with us. And I appreciate not only her role as a civil rights leader, but as an LGBTQ pioneer. And as you know, a Hillside student, it seems a missed opportunity to not have something named after her in our community. And we have her birthplace that's just gotten some grant money for renovations, so that will be a national attraction. I don't know Miss Massenberg, but I look forward to learning more about her. I wonder if there's a way to incorporate her name maybe in the media center or some other thing. Like there doesn't have to just be one naming opportunity for school. We don't get to build enough of them. And so, my only hesitation in naming after our staff is that we have so many that we could never honor them all, right? And clearly, the first African-American female principal pioneer is an incredible thing. And then the second, and then the third, like we have amazing people. So I wish we had more things we could name after people. That's my only hesitation in going into families and who we leave out. But I look forward to a decision with you all soon.
We'll go Ms. Valladares and then Mr. Raven.
I want to thank you all so much for setting up a process like Engage Durham, which I think, it's a process that it's going to take time for everybody to kind of start using it. So, I mean, I am very open to, the results from Engage Durham and also adding, community involvement. And of course, this book, Betty from Roots to the Top. I really think the Massenberg family and community members who reached out as well, to say that, we can't just rely on one process for now. I mean, as we start getting some metrics about how many folks are actually contributing to Engage Durham, I know we're going to keep building and the momentum is going to increase. But at this point, I definitely want to support the top choice from the Engage Durham, which is Polly Murray, and also for us to add Betty D. Harris, Miss Betty D. Harris Massenberg to our Engage Durham, and definitely community members. This is definitely the importance of process and letting us know how to improve our processes, because we want to be able to hear from the community, and those clicks, those metrics do matter. I do want to check with you as our Director of Communications. What is the feasibility of kind of putting it out for more feedback and opening it up with the choices?
Absolutely. And what we can do, especially what I am hearing in this moment, is I'm hearing movement towards three options. Betty Doretha Massenberg Elementary School, Polly Murray Elementary School, and Third Fork, Knott Creek Elementary School as possibilities. And we could refine that. We can present those three options through all of our platforms, not just engage.dpsnc.net, but meeting our Latino families where they are on Facebook primarily, going out into our community with flyers and information about the three options and giving people an option to email. I'd love it if we could find a way to have a text back platform. I'm not sure that we got one, but there are things that we can do. Having specific options, now that we've solicited ideas, it focuses people to engage with something more specific.
I think we still got a couple more comments to make to see where we land. Mr. Raven, I appreciate the opportunity for more feedback. I was going to ask a similar question. Mr. Raven.
So I support Ms. Massenberg being the name of the school. Representation matters. It's one of those things where a lot of times, if it doesn't necessarily impact you, it's a little bit harder to see the net benefits. That's why it is so important when you're thinking about the name of a school, you're thinking about the lives of the children that you're impacting when they're walking through those doors. When I look at Ms. Massenberg's resume, I see some of myself in it. She went to Central, she took classes at A&T, she went to Fayetteville State, so she's a HBCU student. Also, the very first school that I went to, the first elementary school in Durham I ever attended before going to Oak Grove, was Fayetteville Street. When you find out the elementary schools that she taught at or was a principal of, Fayetteville Street is the only one that's still open. And if anybody knows anything about Durham, you stay on Fayetteville Street long enough, it turns into Fayetteville Road, you make a right, you're on to MLK, and the school is going to be right there in that area. So I support it. I also before the meeting, it was between that and Murray Elementary School. I definitely see value in that as well. It's just as of right now, I resonate more with the history and the life of Miss Massenberg. So that's who I would go with if I had to make a choice.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. And thank you all administration for the work you put into this. I agree with some of the tricky names, so I feel like we can cross Third Fork Creek, if we're gonna do it, drop one of those names, and Rock Creek, I don't know. They don't speak to me, I will say. And I live right around that corner. I'm like, I don't call it any of these areas. I think I want to direct us though to our policy around naming facilities. And it does say that schools may be named for individuals upon a group nomination. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to follow what we've said in our policy. So the life of Ms. Massenberg also, I think, speaks to me. And I wonder if we could open up for additional feedback. I think Murray has come because in multiple of our school naming sessions, that has been continuously from many constituents included. And so if we were to open this back up and maybe have both, I want to make sure, again, we're following our policies that we said and voted for and not veering too far off of that. I think also if there are many different ways to honor people. And so if a school naming is not the right way, how else do we honor her legacy here in Durham? You know, is it putting a plaque up? Do we rename some of our awards to be after her? Like, what are the other ways that we can honor that legacy? I think it's important that we do that so people don't, forget. We need to talk about the history and the amazing things that happen in this community. So I think if we can narrow this list, maybe keep one of the directional or geographical places just for people to have that option, Murray and Massenberg, and then we can allow for a group nomination to come forward. But I do think it's important that we stick to the policy that we wrote and we voted on and committed to. All right, that's a long.
With the board's permission, I will bring for further community engagement, those three options: Third Fork Elementary School, Betty Doretha Massenberg Elementary School, Polly Murray Elementary School.
Thank you. All right. You don't need a vote on that?
Not at this point.
All right.
We'll ask you for the vote when you decide to name the school.
Thank you. And to more schools naming, academic services, we'll go to Hillside New Tech High School renaming update. Dr. Hardy.
Good evening, board members, Madam Chair, Dr. Mabinga. We could have, thank you so much, Dr. Pack and Dr. Wright, perfect. And if we can pull up our presentation. We'll go forward to the next slide, please. Tonight's presentation is a follow-up from our September board meeting where we updated you on the realignment of Hillside New Tech High School to the cooperative, innovative high school model with a focus on computer science and information technology. Dr. Tanya Wright, proud principal of New Tech High School, and Dr. Julie Pack, executive director for career, technical education, and magnet programs are here to update you on the renaming process. Dr. Pack?
Thank you, Dr. Hardy, and good evening, board members. Last month, Dr. Wright and I met with you to discuss the upcoming changes to Hillside New Tech High School. As a reminder, we plan to end our relationship with the New Tech Network, which will require us to rename the school. Tonight, we're here to discuss the renaming process. And as a reminder, the renaming process will take into account the status as a cooperative, innovative high school with a focus on computer science and information technology. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Do I have? Next slide, please. Based on feedback from you, we accelerated the timeline for renaming the school. On the screen is our updated process for bringing a name recommendation to you at the November board meeting. At the beginning of October, we notified the school community of the intent to rename the school. Dr. Wright and her team collected input from students, faculty, and community members. And names were suggested. They are being compiled as we speak almost. And we are in the process of narrowing those names down to the top 3 to 5 selections to bring to you at the November board meeting. Next slide, please. So after the official name selection by you on November 18th, we'll share the new name with the school community and begin promoting the new name and focus of the school. at our November 20th virtual showcase of schools and beyond. We will work with the school administration and community as well as our public affairs office to develop new branding and be ready to launch the new name with the school this summer. And with that, next slide, please. It would be our honor to answer any questions that you have.
Board members, are there any questions? I just want to say thank you all for taking our feedback and listening input from students who are at the school. I'm sure you'll get some good suggestions, maybe some funny ones as well. But I think it's important for the community to have some input on what their school is going to be. So I just want to say thank you for that. And no other questions from board members. I think that might be it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you all for the great work. The next item on the agenda will be revised school calendars. Dr. Hardy.
Thank you. Board members, this item is in your packet for our technology team. If you would like to display the précis for our community members, this is available for the community as well. Good evening again, Dr. Mabinga, Chair Umstead. This evening, we are presenting to the board for action tonight revised school calendars for the remainder of the 2021-2022 academic year. First, staff recommendation reflects a proposed conversion of Friday, November 12th into a mental health awareness day for Durham Public Schools staff and students. This would be a non-instructional day for students, and staff would have the option to work remotely. Asynchronous activities will be made available to encourage mindfulness, movement, and self-care. The second proposed change is to bring alignment between the year-round and traditional school calendars. Monday, January 3rd, 2022, and Monday, February 28th, 2022, would be made into teacher workdays on the traditional school calendar. This would align the number of instructional hours offered, and both dates correlate and align with our year-round calendars. All of our proposed changes are compliant with the North Carolina state calendar laws and follow our Durham Public Schools Board of Education policies. This time, this is before the Board of Education for action. We're more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Yes, I'll start with Mr. Lee. Thank you, Dr. Hardy, for this presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardy. I kind of saw this coming, yes, with all the news. On the 12th, November 12th, and I'm sorry I'm not looking back at you, my microphone's here, so, but my heart is with you here. On the 12th is it's a remote work day for staff, no school for students. Will we be providing food for, will food be available for students? If, like sometimes when we're out, we do meals or something like that. I was just curious. I mean, no, is an
No,
acceptable
sir.
answer. Okay,
Everybody will be working on their mental.
right. So mental health, yeah, I get that. All right, thank you, that's it.
Any other comments from board members? Ms. Lewis?
I am also saw the writing on the wall. I'm glad to see this before us as well. Mental health is extremely important for our teachers, staff, and our students as well. Wanted to know a little bit about the guidelines around our asynchronous days in the statute. Is it that there's 10 days that's allowed in the calendar year? I'm looking at you because I didn't want to turn and look this way.
We do have the ability for our remote learning days. However, those days, there are specific guidelines for those particular remote learning days, inclement weather and other emergencies. And I'm using the language from the law, such as, I don't want to say catastrophic, but those significant events, for example, like power, would allow us to deem something a remote learning day. And I know Mr. Sue is also here, so he could potentially speak to that as well. We are using our banked hours for this. We have up to 6.5 days of banked hours. So this does, making this a non-instructional day for students still keeps us in alignment with the minimum hours that we need to provide according to the calendar law, and will give us flexibility in the event, hopefully not, but in the event that we have inclement weather or other things that may come up through the remainder of the year.
Thank you for that. And I didn't realize there were the guidelines around the catastrophe and things of that nature. I'm just wondering, as I've been hearing a lot of conversation, inquiry about wellness, having plant time in the calendar, and if the asynchronous days could have been used to to make that more scheduled, but if not, so two questions. What happens with the asynchronous days if they're not used at all? And then what happens with the bank days if they're not used?
So for banked hours, there's nothing that happens if we don't use them, but it does put us in a risk, a vulnerable place, not knowing the prediction of weather. Mr. Sears and I were discussing pre-COVID, I want to say the 18-19 year, we unexpectedly, I think we used 4 or 5 days for inclement weather prior to Thanksgiving due to 2 hurricanes. And so not knowing what would occur when you don't have those hours that you can use, or the remote learning days now that we can use with inclement weather, we could potentially be out of compliance. There are some flexibilities for specific districts, and Mr. Sue can speak to this, that over a number of years had a certain number of inclement weather days. We were not identified as one of those districts. So we do need to be cautious in terms of using all of those days, not knowing, not being as predictable as I would like. It's just hard to predict what could occur.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the caution. And also knowing that now that we are a one-to-one district and we have the ability to become asynchronous if there is inclement weather, for those opportunities, I would like to see if not using all the 6 bank days, but maybe half of them, keeping some in reserve, but to really center what our educators are asking for with mental health, wellness, that we can go ahead and put these in the calendar, just being proactive, but and knowing that it's needed.
We could definitely explore some options.
Thank you.
Dr. Hardy, I really appreciate you listening to our teachers and hearing how much they are giving extra and stressed extra. And it's not just our educators, it's all of our staff. It's our instructional assistants, it's our cafeteria folks, it's our custodians, it's our bus drivers, it's our subs that we don't have enough of. The whole list. I think this will go a long way to helping them just reflect, heal, continue to push through this year, which is unlike any other year we've had. I wonder as you all continue to listen to them, if you've had conversations and thought of other things that we could lift off of them, whether it's required meetings or PLCs that get taken from the school level. Have you had other thoughts that are not just this initiative, but other ways that we can continue to kind of peel back some of that unnecessary stuff that feels like also cumbersome to them district-wide?
We can definitely continue to explore other options. We have been working very carefully in terms of professional learning that may have required our teachers to travel. We have really looked at making sure that there are more virtual options for our staff and employees. However, we do appreciate your feedback, and we'll definitely explore other options to be thoughtful regarding our employees.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I think if you opened a quick Google survey, they would tell you kind of a whole lot of stuff that just feels extra cumbersome this year. They say things like, if I have to fill out another survey from somebody downtown about something that I don't have any, they're just keeping their head above water. And our children, the same, they're healing from trauma. right? And it's very much a healing, rebuilding year. So I appreciate y'all putting this time in place for them.
Dr. Moving and then Mr. Sears.
Just wanted to comment on Mr. Lee concern about nutritious meal for our students. I think our staff have worked really well in the past, even giving some frozen food to some of our students that really need those nutritious meals while they will be home for the 11th, the holiday, and the 12th. So definitely we'll consider that.
Yeah, there were two pieces I heard from the community that I wanted to share. One was the potential for a request of one of these days for every month to finish out the year. I think we all got that one. And further, you know, the one that made me check in with administration on something like this was one rock star teacher telling me that another rock star teacher had just broken down crying, and they never would have guessed that that would have ever happened. So I appreciate you all taking this seriously and jumping on this. Thank you.
Mr. Raven.
I first wanted to just, of course, thank the administration for moving forward with this early on. I would also like to even ask our community as a whole to also remember the reason for this holiday and how it's connected, because that day prior is Veterans Day. So one of the things that the county always provides is every November 11th at 11:11, they honor veterans who have lost their life during wars. Many of them who actually attended school in Durham Public Schools, and their names are engraved in plaques there. There's always a holiday for them to celebrate their service. So that's the one thing. The second part is something that Mr. Sears already alluded to, in which I've heard some educators begin to advocate for more and more, dealing with trauma and resilience. I've heard some mention that, that wasn't something that they went to school for. That wasn't something that was taught. And honestly, that's not my area of expertise. And I'm not aware of how, recent some of these studies have been that have kind of touched on, how that is implemented during the pandemic, and what tools are being utilized. And I know that's something that we're already looking towards. So if there is a way to kind of start looking at that, because the trauma is just not there for the students. The trauma is there for our community as a whole. But more specific to the educators who are asking for this would be a great opportunity to at least make those types of resources available at times like this. So thank you.
Mr. Raven, thank you so much for lifting up the trauma-informed training. I want to thank the board members. You all have approved 2 contracts that actually helped us train at the elementary level, TILT, which is our trauma-informed leadership teams. And under the leadership of Dr. Maddox Perry, our Senior Executive Director for Student Support Services, we will have modules that will be available for students and staff during our mental health day at embrace.dps.nc.net. I may have said something out of turn since Dr. Lassane has gotten up, so if I did, I apologize.
No, Dr. Hardy, you didn't say anything out of turn at all, but I would like to use this as an opportunity to speak to our EAP services. We have a number of employees who are using, we can see the difference in the numbers in our EAP services, and we think that this is an awesome opportunity for those who are, battling anxiety and all of those things, to please use this day as an opportunity to reach out to those resources and to use them ongoing through this time. We recognize that these are hard times, and we have had very positive feedback from a number of our employees regarding EAP. So just wanted to share that. You didn't say anything wrong at all, Dr. Hardy.
And EAP is free.
Dr. Bang, if I may, and Chair said, just throwing there that this is for every employee. Obviously, our educators and our teachers have bent over backwards trying to make up the difference in the COVID, but I know I talked with the child nutrition person today, and she was emotional about all that she had been doing through, feeding children and just making sure they were eating. Our bus drivers, everyone, I don't want to list it because you always leave someone off. So
Yes.
please charge it to my head, not my heart, if I didn't list what you're doing. But every one of our support classified staff are appreciated, all of our certified staff. So just want to make sure that it's completely anonymous. You can call in there, like Dr. Lassane doesn't know you called. I don't know. It's only for our employees in Durham Public School. Not only, it's actually for your families also. So we can post that on the website. Dr. Lassane and I have been talking about kind of making sure
is.
those resources are more accessible to all of our staff. So just wanted to add that. Thank you, Dr. Lassane.
And the information is on our website, and this is not EAP services of old. There are virtual options. There are a number of different resources and options to assist all of our employees.
Dr. was saying before you leave, can you just say what EAP is if people are watching and not familiar?
My apologies, we are full of acronyms. EAP is the Employee Assistance Program.
Thank you. I too want to say thank you to the administration for considering this. I know that our educators in a normal year worked over and above to make sure they meet the needs of our students. So we know they're doing even that more in this age of COVID. And I think not only the stress of teaching, but the stress of the needs of the students and the health and everything that's going on. I think I like this as a start, but I do want us to think about what are more sustainable ways for moving forward. So I agree, what meetings can we pull back? Are there no meeting hours at a school? Do we protect making sure teachers have planning time? And I know people are getting pulled because coverage is needed, but I just think about some of those sustainable day-to-day, week-to-week things that help teachers provide a little time to breathe, to eat, to plan, to grade. I think another thing that's come up is a grading policy around students need to have a certain amount of grades per week. Like, do we need that right now? Should that be an impact? If I personally don't know that a student needs 5 graded assignments a week to show that they've mastered a content, they can be doing assessments that are not graded, right, in a class. So I think some of those things also might be things that we need to look at that are policies that also might be creating more stress for our teachers and may not actually be serving our students in the best way possible. So I appreciate this as a first step. And I love, you already have said you guys will continue to look, but I hope we do continue to look for those opportunities to support our staff. I have one more question about this workday. For our staff that are paid for work classified, how does this work out for when it comes to payment for them?
Not sure if Dr. Lassane or Mr. LaSure or Dr. Monk want to speak to that, but we have discussed to make sure that we can provide that for our employees.
Sorry, good evening. So one of the things that we need to take into consideration is that employees need to work to get paid. Without it being a school day and the bus is running and food being served, there have to be some other opportunities for those individuals to have either come in or to be doing online training, because we have a lot of training that's going on that needs to be done by the end of the year. So those opportunities have to be made available for them. If they take those trainings and do the work, then there would be no question that they would be paid. But those can be done online as well.
I hope we very clearly communicate that to folks and not just via email, but go have those conversations. And if some of our staff that aren't assigned devices, but might need a device to do some of that training at home, I hope that we also provide those opportunities for folks. I think it's important that people get paid. So I like a work day, but I also want to make sure our folks that, may do a traditional job that's not needed during the workday also have that opportunity. Thank you all. This is up for action, I believe.
I move that we accept the revised calendar as presented.
Second. Been moved by Ms. Lewis, seconded by Ms. Spire. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Passes unanimously. Right. The next item on our agenda is a COVID-19 update. I believe that's with you, Dr. Hardy.
Thank you so much, Chair Umstead. And if we can pull up our presentation. And we do have our COVID-19 team. And so if they are available, if they could join us. You'll go forward one slide, please. Good evening, board members. Tonight, we are going to provide an update on the COVID-19 team, our testing program, as well as updated guidance for volunteers, athletics, extracurricular activities, and arts. You'll go to the next slide, please. Tonight, we will have here with us members of our COVID-19 response team. Next slide. The primary goal of our COVID-19 response team is to ensure that we do all we can to keep our students and staff safe and productive in our buildings. This team meets that challenge both through implementation of our COVID-19 surveillance testing within DPS schools, but also in a faster, more efficient contact tracing method coordinated by one team across the district. By centralizing contact tracing and communications across the district, this team also reduces the amount of time and energy principals and teachers spend focused on COVID-19 and allows them to return their focus back to helping our students meet their social, emotional, and academic needs. Finally, to meet the team's first two goals requires educating and informing all of our stakeholders quickly and effectively as to what DPS is doing to mitigate and eliminate the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. Having a COVID-19 communication specialist provides that opportunity and allows our public affairs office to return to their focus on our district's message and district schools and staff. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our team. Next slide, please. And I would like to ask Ms. Prince to stand. First, leading the new COVID-19 response team is Ms. Delois Prince. Currently a licensed emergency medical technician for the state of North Carolina and former DPS employee. So we are glad she came back home where she should have been always. She has spent the last 8 years working with Blue Cross Blue Shield in their operations and healthcare divisions as a medical technician for Dispatch Health. Ms. Prince brings logistical and operational expertise to the team. She also has 2 students that are part of the DPS family. So you can be assured that safety in our schools is her top priority. Welcome, Ms. Prince. Next, someone you all know and are very familiar with, our lead nurse, Howard, who we would not have made it through working this pandemic without her. She serves as our medical liaison to the team and coordinator with Durham Public Health. Cannot speak highly enough of how much work and time and passion she has spent into building and supporting our COVID response implementation. Her knowledge and experience has been invaluable to the creation of this team. And finally, I would like to ask him to stand. Dr. Addison Pate serves as our communication specialist for the COVID-19 response team. Dr. Pate spent nearly a decade in communications before realizing his love was in education and becoming a teacher. In this role, Dr. Pate will be using the skills and experiences from both careers, as he's already been instrumental in creating effective media tools to get out the message of our COVID-19 testing program. Thank you, Dr. Pate. Next slide, please. This slide you have seen before just shows the organizational structure of our COVID-19 team. And the next slide allows us to recognize our contact tracers. By coordinating our contact tracers, this allows us to provide the most efficient support to our schools when mitigating the spread of COVID-19. The contact tracing team has been divided into regions, as well as specific departments across the district. We currently have 5 contact tracers on staff. Our goal is to have 10, and we are making recommendations, and Dr. Lassaine's department is helping us quickly get our folks hired. Juanita Avery serves as the lead contact tracer for the team, as well as covers the central region of the district and the facilities, maintenance, nutritional, and custodial departments. Joining her in the central region is Annetta Rogers, who also covers transportation and has been a great partnership with our transportation department. In the northern region, we have Shawnee, and joining us on Monday will be Yomelvis Trudell. And in the southern region, we have Yolanda Moses. We will have currently on Monday, 1 bilingual, and it is our goal to have a total of 3 bilingual contact tracers. These are our frontline individuals who support our schools and families as we continue to mitigate the spread of COVID. Next slide. To help make sure our new staff are identifiable when they visit schools, our contact tracers will be wearing our district scrubs. We were able to work with our operations team, and we're actually using the same vendor that provides our scrubs and uniforms to our maintenance department. And they will have, you can see on the slide, it will be identifiable COVID-19 response team. Next slide, thank you. So this is a model that shows the process of the response for a positive case. So from this graphic, you'll see there are 8 steps between learning when we have a positive case and submitting that information to our health department. First, a teacher or principal is alerted to a COVID positive case. The principal then immediately fills out our COVID questionnaire to alert the response team. From there, our contact tracers may be dispatched to the school and begin to assist with contact tracing. This includes communicating with our families whose students may be considered close contacts and sharing next steps with them of what to do next if they have to quarantine. With that information collected and contact tracing complete, the COVID-19 team meets via Zoom daily on the COVID-19 call with the impacted principals and other staff necessary to confirm the details of each particular case and make sure that we have appropriate communication to our families and staff. Principals are provided scripts to send out or to record robocalls in both English and Spanish, and our MRC staff are always on the call to help make sure that appropriate interpretation is provided. That also includes the individual calls that need to be made to our families of students that may have close contact. We have a wonderful partnership that is continuing to grow with our health department. We meet regularly with them. They also send us reconciliation emails daily, and we submit that information to our health department to make sure that we are reviewing that information regarding cases that they might find out about each day. And then after those 8 steps are complete, we start again. I'm going to pause because the next section goes into testing. And so want to see if there's some questions about our COVID-19 team, about the process that we use for a positive case. And we also, again, have Ms. Prince, Nurse Howard, and Dr. Pate that can assist me in any questions you may have before we transition into testing.
Board members, are there any questions? Ms. Byer?
I'm so appreciative of having this team here. I'm sorry that we kept you here so late. We love you. We couldn't do this without you every minute, every day. What I don't understand in these emails when we get them is these cases that families are not notifying us about or the health department's not notifying us about. Can you give us some more clarity on how that happens and how we can help close that loop? Surely there's a test somewhere that surely would go to a health department that would alert back to a school. Like, do you know where that is getting jammed up and how or what in process we can support that better with?
So I will start and then Nurse Howard can add. So a couple of things. The first thing is that when a family or a staff member or a student does take a test, if they live in Durham County, it is likely that that test goes to our health department faster than if you live in another county. We want to encourage our staff, our families, as soon as you are aware of a positive case, either if a staff member that may test positive or a student, to notify your supervisor. That is the easiest, fastest thing that you can do. We have had some delays in communication because there has been a delay in notification from either families that have a youngster that may have tested positive. So that's the first piece. The second piece is once you do test positive and you are dropped into that health department system, we do have 2 staff that work diligently just on Durham Public School students and staff. And as they are reconciling those cases as they see, they also have access to the positive cases that we have. So they will see, it's kind of like a red flag, right? I don't see Nakia on the list. And so then they send us daily reconciliation emails. We get those emails, usually it's in the afternoon between 12 and 3. Our contact tracing team immediately looks on those emails and identifies the principal to let them know that we have potentially a reconciliation case. Our contact tracing team also immediately looks in Power School. We have had some instances where a youngster may be on campus, but often we've caught it and we can make sure that we can reconcile that case very quickly. And then on the COVID call that particular day, we make sure if we need to have appropriate communication, that we have that appropriate communication for the school. So scripts as well as robocalls are then provided. And then that last step is the board update that you receive from Chip. I'm looking at Nurse Howard. She was nodding. I may have, okay. Let's see if I left anything out.
Yeah, there's a lot to that. It seems like there might be some piece that we still need to continuously communicate with our families about notifying us and why that's important. As at least one step that we might be able to improve on. There's a lot there and y'all are doing the work. I trust y'all to continue doing it. The other thing on social media that was flying around that didn't make sense to me, and maybe it was misinformation this week, was some protocol saying that if a child went home with a headache, then their sibling who was vaccinated still had to go home as well until they could show negative test. And that didn't make sense to any of the families that were circulating it. Is that misinformation that's flying around? They said that we changed our policies. That's kind of how they were framing it, that, yeah.
Am I live? Yeah. All right, so the sibling situation has been a difficult conversation for a lot of our families, but it has been in place from the very start. When DHHS had their original guidelines, it was spelled out in the original toolkit that you would quarantine the siblings of sick children. We had at the very start a couple of cases where the sick child went home, the sibling stayed, the child tested positive, the sibling eventually tested positive, but that sibling was on campus for an extended time, which now had more exposure, and actually the sibling rode the bus. So for that reason, we've had several cases of that. We also have had situations where kid tests positive, the siblings are being sent to school anyway. So while they're waiting a test, so this sibling situation has been a stickler that we really have to be very careful about. And I have spoken to so many families that I understand the frustration when they don't understand what has led to that, but we just have to be super careful that if it just takes one day, and that is one of the reasons why I'm such a stickler about those rapid tests, that if that child is symptomatic, they can get a rapid test, same day, 15 minutes, rule out COVID, that sibling could go back to school the very next day. So that is why the rapid test on a symptomatic kid is going to be so pivotal once we start testing to get everyone back in school.
I thought we heard from, I don't remember who, but that the rapid test was, and I may be conflating my own word, the rapid test is solid for affirming positives, but that it is questionable about confirming a negative. I believe that was from Mako.
So what the rapid test is most sensitive when someone is symptomatic. So if we have sick children, a family could definitely use a rapid to rule out COVID. If they're negative and symptomatic, they should follow that up with a PCR. And that's exactly what we'll be doing with Mako.
Any other questions from board members? I'm sorry, Mr. Lee.
Again, thank you all for this. I'm really interested in the contract tracers. It looks like we have one for each region. What does capacity look like for, I mean, this circle, the positive case response process seems pretty involved.
We-
And, oh, yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And it is, and extraordinarily time consuming. And so that's why we are extraordinarily appreciative of Dr. Lassane and our HR department, as well as Mr. Freeman and the MRC, which is helping us make sure that we identify bilingual contact tracers. We're at 50% right now, and we will get there. Ms. Prince is actively interviewing and making sure that we're checking references. Making a phone call to a family, that takes time. It is, we are sharing information, and there is often a lot of anxiety and fear that your youngster may have been exposed, explaining the quarantine process. Many of our families have jobs where they may not have flexibility regarding leave. So adjusting and making sure that childcare is available for the youngster, explaining the process. Our schools, many of our schools have some, they have different process regarding how you're accessing learning. So we want to make sure that we're clear so that each family knows while you are on quarantine, or if you're positive when you're isolating, that you can access your academics and communicating that. So they are spending a lot of time on the phone. It is our intent to pull that back 100% from our schools. We're not there yet. In our questionnaire, our principals or whomever is their designee that completes the form, they let us know if they need help with specific calls. And we also ask that question when we have our daily COVID calls. Our contact tracers also have extended hours. So we are covering the morning well into the evening. And we've worked very closely with Ms. Malone and Dr. Monk. We have a COVID email as well as a COVID cell phone that they carry. So our team is available on the weekends and evenings if there is a question, so that we can be responsive. And that does allow them to call into the evening as well to provide support to our schools.
So just for clarification, so we have in the presentation, it says meet the contact tracers. We have Anetta, Shani, and Yolanda, and there's someone else that's going to be starting tomorrow. Are those the only ones doing the contact tracing, or do we have, are these leads? Because it sounds, that's what I was asking about capacity. Is this enough to do all of the contact tracing that we're seeing?
We need 10, and that's what we have been allotted.
Okay.
We have
okay.
one lead contact tracer.
Okay,
And right now, our schools are also helping.
Okay, that answers my question. So this is the start.
Yes.
And we're trying, we have allotment for 10. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That answers my question. Thank you.
And if you are interested, please go to our website and apply. Apologize, that was not part of the presentation, but yes.
Are there any other questions from board members while we're on this portion? I hope with these new staff members, there's a little bit of relief from some of the folks who've been carrying some of this COVID work for so long, in addition to all the other responsibilities. And so I'm thankful for the work that's happening so far, and looking forward to hear a little bit more about what's coming next with the testing and pieces like that. Welcome you all to DPS.
Just following up, I'm sorry, Ms. said, I assume there's work on the weekends, and I'm hoping that we've got comp pay and overtime and things like that for staff. I mean, this doesn't stop during the weekdays, right? I mean,
That's exactly. And Ms. Prince has worked with her contact tracers. We have, and we've shared with our principals the hours that we are available over the weekend, so they can call that number and one of our contact tracers. And we're working with them so that their 40 hours that week is spread over that time, early in the morning, late in the evening, as well as on Saturdays and Sundays.
and there was some contract nursing that we approved, or have we made, are those people in place in any?
So we are
appreciable way?
working with Maxim, and Maxim is a vendor that we use to not only provide our one contract that you approved was for contract nurses to help us with our vacancies. We also use Maxim to provide individualized nursing services to students with disabilities that may have high need. They are helping us. However, as you know, there is not only in Durham, but across the country, a shortage of nurses. So we are still not yet fully staffed with our nurses, and we are continuing to work with Maxim as they send us candidates, and then Nurse Howard vets them before hiring.
And the county hasn't filled any of those positions yet that we've worked with them on?
The county has filled their new, I don't remember her title, and Nurse Howard, you'll have to go to the mic so that it can be recorded.
So the county has hired a new program manager for their nursing department, as well as, I believe, last I heard, there was one supervisor position that was filled. As far as the updates on the other vacancies, I don't have the latest update.
Just as y'all can think of any more creative ways working with our partners at the county, if there's part-time folks that can help jump in there some, I don't know how we can do something, but gracious.
Oh.
Gotta get.
Wonder if there's any recruitment that can be happening at some of the schools of nursing that are around. We have Watts, we have NCCU, we've got Duke, UNC is not far. You know, how can we use some of those students? Or I'm not a health professional, but can they intern with us? Can they do some of those opportunities that, you know,
I'm working
some
with Dr.
guidance?
Hussein right now.
Yeah.
That's actually in the works. So
Oh,
we
that's
will
great.
be on Duke's campus on the 29th for a job fair, and there's a couple of other recruitment events for nursing. So we're working on it.
That's wonderful. Oh, always ahead of the game. All right, thank you for this part of the presentation. We'll keep moving.
So if we'll go forward to the next slide, we're going to transition. So up to this point, our primary mitigation strategy has been our education. And this week, we did begin our second strategy, which is implementing surveillance testing. So if you'll go forward one more slide. Surveillance testing is a process where our asymptomatic individuals are tested regularly to identify any asymptomatic cases within the building. The test uses the standard PCR test or that little tickle of the nose test, not the one that might be uncomfortable test. With a student and staff population of close to 40,000, DPS and our testing partner, Mako Medical, have chosen to use pool testing. If you've seen our informational video, thanks to Dr. Pate, then you already know, but pool testing is when the test samples for multiple people are tested together in one pool. This helps cut down on the time it takes to get all tests back. And in our district, it's the difference between close to 40,000 tests versus 6,600 tests in a week. Those that receive a pool positive test will come back to school the next day and have a second individual PCR test to determine if they specifically have COVID. Because they are asymptomatic and wearing their mask consistently and appropriately, these students and staff may return to school for their second test. Once the second tests are completed, and those are individual tests, the second test, the individual who tested positive will be isolated at home for 10 days and contact tracing will begin immediately. Of course, should anyone show symptoms of COVID-19, they should not return to school and should go to one of the testing sites available in Durham. The goal of this process is to identify asymptomatic cases, isolate and reduce the likelihood of spread to individuals who may be more susceptible to the virus. This, combined with positive case contact tracing, will likely continue to reduce the number of cases that we see in our schools. Next slide, please. To date, we have had, and so just as a reminder to our community, we submit our board materials early. So the numbers that you see are when we submitted our board materials. As of today, we have 3,045 or close to 7% that have signed up for our voluntary testing. Since the beginning of October, we've been ramping up our communications effort to get the word out. As part of phase 1, which began this week, we had 5 schools that participated in testing. They have provided valuable information to help us in preparation for phase 2, which begins next week. We would like to thank Brogdon Middle School, City of Medicine Academy, Club Boulevard Elementary, Northern High School, and Creekside Elementary for their willingness to be the first in implementing our new testing program. Phase 2 begins Monday. To help support schools in the testing process, in addition to having Mako medical staff on site, remember our central office staff members have also been assigned to individual schools and they will be there on the testing days to support our schools. Next slide. Here are some visual ways that you can see that we have been reaching out to our community. It includes social media posting, updated website information, informational videos, printed and digital publications, as well as testing flowcharts. Dr. Pate is continuing to expand our communication efforts, and we look forward to even greater communication and engagement in the coming months. Next slide. So I'm going to pause because our next guidance starts to talk about volunteers, athletics, and extracurriculars. Are there questions regarding our testing program?
Ms. Byer?
I want to start with a thank you for the enormous amount of work this has been. And then I want to express some concern that we don't have more folks signed up for this free public health wonder that we are offering in our community that is actually going to help us keep kids in school. I know some schools have pushed it better, I think, than others, and some have gotten better returns. What ideas do you have? Like, our folks are competitive. Can we do a contest? Can we make their, I don't know. Like, can we do like Washington DC where everyone actually has to opt out of testing rather than opt in? That's Dr. Farabee's approach to that district. I didn't know if we'd explored that. I don't have a lot of ideas. I just want us to be testing the majority of our students on a random basis to keep them safer and in school.
Ms. Byer, thank you so much. We are regularly monitoring the number of registrants. And actually today, our COVID-19 team and myself met with some of our principals that are having low registrant participation to talk to them about any other community outreach, other ways that we can support them. And so we are continuing to work with our families. Dr. Pate works closely as well with Mr. Sutterth, and as we are sharing this this guidance that will begin November 1st with you all today in our community, we'll also be sharing that information through social media and our website information as well, beginning tomorrow. So we do think some of those efforts will help increase registrants. And we are definitely open to any other suggestions that you have. And we'll continue to work closely with our principals and our communities as we get other additional information.
Yeah, I wish I had other ideas. I'll keep throwing it out to the community because I'm sure they do. We have great public health professionals locally. I think we got to start pushing flu shots. Y'all know we got to start pushing flu shots. We got to start actually collecting vaccination information from students and you know, getting those rates up. We got our 5-year-olds coming hopefully next month, right? Early next month for vaccination. So I look forward to like any sparks of innovation that we can do to keep leading in this area. Thank you.
Mr. Sears?
Yeah, local data point doesn't mean much, but I was 3 for 3 in returning my paperwork for my 3 children. Who knows what happens, right? It gets used as a tissue on the bus, right? Does it make it to I put it in the folder. I don't know if it got back, right? But I've gotten one confirmation, right? The system says, okay, your middle child is registered. Okay, that's across 2 different schools. So I can only imagine this is one of the billions of things that is the crush on our staff right now. So I have patience with this. It's critical. I'm optimistic that the shot coming up is going to be a game changer. To go a step further than Natalie's point, I just don't think, unless it's something like the health service takes it over, something that just looks completely different, it's going to be in this bucket of we have to do. We're not even perfect at getting outdoors at lunch and breakfast and snacks yet. I mean, it's just another thing. So thank you for doing the best you can. Keep pushing. I'm not letting you off the hook, but thank you. This is again, choosing from the best or the worst options.
I had a few questions. On the pool testing and then day 2, students can come to school for testing. Like, are we allowing students to ride the bus to school for testing? And then if it does come back negative or come back positive, their parent needs to come get them. It concerns me a little bit that they would ride the bus, and I understand it's a pool, so we don't know. And then they get to school, they get another test, and the parent is like, no, I gotta come pick them up. And I just sent them today. So I'm just wondering if there's any troubleshooting that we're already thinking about on that process.
So they would actually likely, it would be the next day that we would receive that positive result from the second test. So it is likely that we would be able to, for many of them, be able to catch those students that need to isolate while they are at home or not at school, because it would be the next day. There is a possibility, and we have been navigating our situations very carefully. And so we have set standard times. We learned we've learned so much from the spring. So we have, most days we have 2 COVID calls. There are a couple of days a week where we have 1 COVID call. However, we monitor the submissions on an ongoing basis. So Ms. Prince and the contact tracers, as soon as something is submitted, they're monitoring. And in the event we see something that looks like we might need to discuss a closure, we move immediately. The team has mobilized, they've contacted the principal, and we don't let the set time determine. So there was an email you all received earlier in the day. Our actual call on Thursdays is at 3 p.m. You received an email earlier today that we had to make a decision. And that was because as soon as that principal submitted, we recognized that due to that particular situation, we needed to make a decision quickly. And so we mobilized and were able to do that. So the team we've listened to our principals and our staff so that we do have those regular times so that they can adjust their schedules when and if they have a case. But at the same time, we are flexible enough to be as responsive as we need to get calls, work with families, so that if we are aware of something, they are not riding the bus to potentially increase the spread that afternoon.
Thank you. And then I know we talked about for our weekly testing also for staff who are not vaccinated. Is that a pool test? Or are we also going to be requiring the actual individual test for those staff members?
So they will be participating in the surveillance testing for Mako. So that will be a pool test. However, Dr. Lassane will be working with Mako and Qualtrics. So I'll let her come to the podium to speak more about the staff testing.
So regarding staff testing, we will have a pool of employees who are required to test. So those who have received medical or religious exemptions, just as an example, those individuals, we will have to track their testing. So it's not just going to be random, they will be assigned weekly testing.
Thank you. I think we can move forward to the next section.
Okay, so if we go forward to the next slide, this next section will talk about volunteers, extracurricular, arts, and athletics. So if you'll go forward to the next slide. Currently, Durham Public Schools allows anyone who is providing a direct service to students and or staff to enter our building. This currently includes professional tutors and other staff, such as professional learning from any vendors or partners we have. We will expand beginning November 1st to allow volunteers for such additional duties as supervising lunch in our schools. Volunteers will follow the process that is currently outlined on our DPS website. They will go through that particular online process through Samaritan, and then they will need to provide their volunteer vaccination attestation form at the school showing that they are fully vaccinated. Of course, fully vaccinated means at least 2 weeks out from the last vaccination, a 2-dose with Pfizer or Moderna or a 1-dose with Johnson & Johnson. When coming on campus, all volunteers will be screened upon arrival. All volunteers on our campus will be required to comply and wear their mask appropriately and consistently at all times. And when they have finished their volunteer duty, so for example, supervising an outdoor lunch, we are going to ask that they leave our campus at that time. Next slide, please. Also this evening with us, we have some of our high school staff. So we have Mr. David Hackney, who is here, our Director of Athletics, Health and PE, and Driver's Education. We have Ms. Dribblebus, who is our Athletic Director at Jordan, and Robert Duncan, our Athletic Director at Riverside. Mr. Danny Guilford, proud principal of Northern High School. Sean Thompson, cross-country coach at Riverside. As we continue to talk about updates, we are going to talk about our procedures for arts and athletics. And I am glad. We also have, I think I missed one, the Jordan High School Athletic Director, Kristen Gillespie, and Jordan High School softball coach. So they can all, perfect. Thank you so much. And we can go to our next slide. Our athletics program is excited about the opportunity to see our students return to athletics as we safely begin our sports in the winter season. So we're now talking about our winter season. I know we're still in fall. The DPS athletic guidance update for winter 21-22 has been developed to answer questions about athletics for the winter season. This update is based on guidance from the Centers for Disease Control, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, the Durham County Health Department, and in collaboration with our DPS COVID-19 team, our DPS coaches and principals. I'm going to highlight some areas of this guidance. I'll start with facility cleaning. The district has worked closely with Dr. Monk and operational services to ensure that our athletic departments will have the necessary resources for disinfecting and sanitation. Facilities and equipment will be cleaned and disinfected before and after each contest. Face masks, bottles of disinfectant, boxes of wipes, hand sanitizer will be distributed to our schools. Additional supplies will be provided as needed by the district via Mr. David Hackney. The following will also be implemented. Face coverings. Players and coaches are required to wear face coverings while not engaged in active activity. Spectators. All spectators indoors are required to wear masks. Spectators without masks will not be allowed into our venues. Spectators are expected to remain seated at all times. Congregating in open areas will be strictly prohibited. And finally, Durham Public Schools will continue the practice of using Ticket Spicket for online touchless ticket sales. Next slide. Concessions. Concessions will be allowed with the selling and distribution of pre-packaged food and drinks. It is also recommended that concession stand operation limits the number of individuals working to accommodate adequate spacing. I would like to clarify for our community and our board, pre-packaged food means the food is properly packaged and ready for selling and distribution prior to the event, not cooking at the event and then packaging. There can be no preparation of food, including packaging, during any event. Testing of our athletes. Weekly testing will be required for all unvaccinated athletes to participate and play, beginning with our winter season, which begins November 1st. School security measures. Bags are not going to be allowed in our DPS athletic events, and spectators may not re-enter any athletic contest after leaving. Next slide, please. Our arts program is excited about our students already participating and safely performing and creating through the arts. Just a few weeks ago, on October 13th, we hosted our first district-wide arts event, Stage Center, with our theater teachers at Jordan High School. Mr. Tucker is working with our arts teachers to ensure that our arts events continue to be offered safely for our youngsters. Our arts guidance has been developed to answer the questions about our arts program. The updated guidance is based on the same guidance that we have received from the CDC, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, our Durham County Health Department, and in collaboration with the DPS staff, the COVID-19 team, our arts teachers and principals. It aligns very closely to our athletic update as well. Facilities and equipment will be cleaned and disinfected in preparation for rehearsals, classes, and performances. We will continue to work with Dr. Monk and our operational services team to ensure that we have the appropriate tools and resources for disinfecting and sanitation. Face coverings. While outdoors, teachers and performers are required to wear face coverings while not engaged in active performing. Audience capacity. All audience members will be required to wear masks indoors. Community members without masks will not be allowed, or spectators, excuse me, will not be allowed to into any venue. Face masks will be provided for community members if they do not have them, as we would do so in our athletic events for attending performances. Our audience members are expected to remain seated at all times. Congregating in open areas will be strictly prohibited. We will use our touchless ticket sales, and weekly testing is required for all unvaccinated students to participate in activities. At this time, we are open for questions. I want to thank our staff for being here and their commitment to supporting our students. We also have, Mr. Tucker was unable to be with us today, but Dr. Debbie Pittman is here and will be more than happy to assist in any questions that we have regarding the arts.
Start with Mr. Lee.
First, thank you all after having a whole day at school. Being here at 10 o'clock PM to stand there and wave. It was a good wave now. It was a good wave, you know. But no, I had just a question. We frequently, I guess it kind of has to do with sports. We frequently rent out facilities to community groups, athletic associations and so forth for basketball and other indoor activity, cheerleading and so forth. What's the status of that? Where are we on that?
Facility rentals for outside groups are still limited to exterior rentals, not interior.
Do we foresee renting internal places at all this winter?
I'm not sure about the winter. Maybe as we go into the spring, that may be an option depending on where we are with
Okay.
the.
And that's fine. Either way, it's fine. I just want to make sure that we can communicate that. I've been getting calls just from being involved with different groups. So we communicate that so they can make other plans. So I just want to do that. Also, this bags regulation here. Bags are not allowed in any DPS athletic event. Is it possible to have like clear bags, clear bag policy or something? There may be a need for people to carry something, you know, like just something. Or maybe we need to describe what bags mean. You know, does that mean purses? Does that mean backpacks? Does that mean just a little more descriptive on that? Because I know, you know, just various people have various reasons to carry some sort of a bag. And I want to make sure that people are feeling comfortable carrying their necessities in some sort of way. So I want to make sure we're a little more descriptive on what the term bags means in this policy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee, for that feedback. I will work with Mr. Hackney and our principals to make sure that there is some additional clarity.
Thank you.
I'm gonna jump on that since you were talking about bags. Mike, I had a similar thought. And I wonder if we need to have a similar policy across events. You know, it's for athletics, but then it's like I can take it to the chorus show. So like, should we keep a policy across the spaces just to keep some consistency there? Got a thumbs up from Dr. Hardy. Other questions from board members? Ms. Byer.
Yeah, I too want to thank you all for everything you've done during the day. And I don't know why you're standing here at 10 o'clock at night. I apologize for that profusely. I feel like we need to send you all home. A month ago, we talked about vaccinations for student athletes were coming, and it sounds like y'all have gone a different direction than a vaccine requirement for student athletes. And I just wanted to hear like your thinking on that and how we got to where we are. That's what I'm curious about.
Thank you, Ms. Bayer, for that particular question. That's the reason why we have our staff here till 10 p.m. We really wanted the folks that do the work and interact with our families, and they'll be the one pretty much explaining the rationale. So we'll start with Mr. Hackney.
I have to press anything? Oh, it's good to go. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your question. I think the biggest thing is in polling coaches and athletic directors, they didn't feel strongly about mandating vaccines for athletes, but we wanted to come up with a healthy alternative. And I think testing and mandatory testing for unvaccinated athletes will also give us an opportunity to identify symptomatic athletes and then be able to pull them in a timely fashion. We were trying to be more proactive in that situation. So I think that's the main reason that we went with the mandatory testing as opposed to the vaccination. We wanted to try to stay away from the political ramifications of trying to mandate vaccinations with so much going on in society today.
It does seem that you'll have to collect vaccination status at least. You'll start having to collect, and you're prepared to do that as a starting point?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I've also spoken to families, actually, it's one of your students, Mr. Guilford, whose father said he's not comfortable playing his sport until there's a vaccine mandate. Like, it goes both ways, right?
And
So
so,
I hope that when you collect, you'll find that our vaccination rates are higher than I think, and that can be an incentive for folks to come back and play. I don't know.
yes, ma'am. And one of the initial things that we're going to do is once teams are selected after November the 1st, what we're going to do is create a way of identifying each athlete for each sport. So that way we can start that screening process.
I did see the folks behind you had a lot to say, and I didn't want to miss anything that went on in that wisdom over there.
We were just commenting on the fact that we already collect a lot of that from our players, just for this reason. We were able to identify, we had an outbreak, as you know, we had a positive case on our football team recently, and we were able to quickly go through and see who was positive, who had already been vaccinated, who had been present that day as well. So we're already in that process of doing that.
Great. Do we have a district-wide automated system, an app, anything? Do we have a tech way to start collecting that for both our students, our staff? Or is it just paper that we're doing?
I can speak for the staff portion. We are using Qualtrics to collect the information for our staff. And as good of a tool as Qualtrics is, it takes a lot of manpower in the background to make sure you have everything you need. You have to account for the technological skills of everyone who may be utilizing that. You have to collate data. You have to see if stuff is verified. Even in the employee process, even though the electronic format has helped us tremendously, we still have to look at every vaccination card. It captures an image. And in some cases, the image hasn't been a vaccination card. So part of your verification process requires a tremendous amount of human capital.
And Ms. Fire, in regards to our students, we created, I want to say 3 months ago, a vaccination attestation form for families to use for our students that could be vaccinated. We do not want to keep those privacy medical records at the school level. So they complete the vaccination attestation form and then provide that evidence to school level personnel. And that is how Principal Guilford, as well as our other principals and other staff on our trackers, will know that if I'm a student at Northern, once my parent has attested that I'm vaccinated, that I am vaccinated. And that way we're not keeping those records at the school level.
But does our contact tracing nursing team have access to that in some way?
Absolutely. So our trackers, and so we actually have regular professional developments with our principals and or their designee, and we record those. So if they're not able to join, we provide that updated information. We actually had one this week regarding surveillance testing. All of our schools have shared their trackers with our contact tracers. So that also helps us monitor kids that may have gone to the sick room for that particular day, so that we can also help identify any places we might have some spread at one of our schools.
Other questions, Mr. Raven?
I was thinking back to what Mr. Lee mentioned about the bag policy, and I was thinking back to when I just went to the state fair. That was one of the things that we had to do. So my wife put everything in like a plastic Ziploc bag and then put that in her purse. But then we got there and realized how many people didn't do that to begin with. So, you know, we're following the rules, but it's so many people from around the state that didn't even know that was a rule that was in place. So I'm wondering if, you know, however we decide to implement this, just as a way to communicate, it would seem to make sense that if we could at least provide the schools, if it's just going to be mainly for middle schools and high schools, to just have some sort of imagery at the main entrance points that's in English, Spanish, and one that has a visual, so that even if you're not able to read, you can still know once you get to the door what you can and can't bring in with you. So that could help, you know, reduce the disruption somewhat.
I want to thank you all again for bringing these proactive measures before our winter sports. I think we know it's a tricky time, and so having this in place early seems like the right move. Just a question around the collecting students' information. I feel like we're going to get to a place where we're going to need more and more of that. And we have hopefully 5 through 11 vaccinations that are coming soon, and we're using it for contact tracing. So I guess I'm wondering if there's also a more kind of systemic way we're thinking about how do we collect that information? Because I know it just also makes your job easier when it comes to contact tracing and all of that.
So Nurse Howard might can speak to this. Currently, for example, with immunizations, there is a system that allows our schools, our nurses to have access. So there is actually a statewide system that helps us collect that information. And when and if there is a place where that is more consistently the case, I imagine that some of those statewide tools will collect that information and it would be more accessible. The guidance that we've received from Mr. Sue and Ms. Giovanni, we do just want to be very cautious in keeping that personal private information, and then making sure that we are supporting our schools with tools to help them manage the collection of information and track, especially with our students as we move forward for winter, with our winter athletics.
Right. Any other questions? Thank you all so much for the presentation. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And thank you also to our new COVID team. This was just for discussion, if I'm correct, so there's no action needed on this. Thank you all. We greatly appreciate your efforts. All right, the next item is a resolution in support of ELL learners. Ms. Valladares, do you want to get us started on that one?
Yes, I just want to thank Isla. They did write a letter. It's 1 minute. They're applauding. They said, "We applaud you for formally demonstrating your support for the full implementation of the Leandro Plan and for leading the way to ensure the protection of increasing population of language learners. It is vital to acknowledge English language learners' disadvantages and struggles to change the status quo. It is a pressing matter to continue supporting the protection of their rights and access to accommodations that allow them to receive an equal education in our public schools. English language learners in North Carolina measured far below any other subgroup in annual measurable objectives. Data shows that English language learners in all grades perform poor in schools than their Black, Hispanic, and white peers. When proper accommodations were not provided, English language learners were simply excluded from participating in standard-based tests. Additionally, most English language learners, particularly Spanish speakers, experience high levels of discrimination in schools based on race, accent, and country of origin. As a consequence, English language learners are more likely to have higher rates of psychiatric disorders such as depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and anxiety disorder. Furthermore, there is a substantial disparity between different demographic groups regarding educational proficiency and overall life achievement expectancy. For these reasons, we must pay attention to the areas of improvement that can further benefit English language learners. Your support has been fundamental to protect English language learners' dignity, diversity, and rights. Now it is time to ensure that efforts and resources that come to the district are earmarked to address their needs. And so we ask you to continue taking decisive steps to protect our community as it is described in the resolution attached to this letter. I wonder if it's okay to pull up the resolution that Ms. Nicole, if it's possible, we can pull up the resolution that was sent to us by Isla, and I thank all the board members for the feedback and everybody's contributions and engagement with Isla as they bring this resolution to us. This is the letter, and the resolution is titled, it is a title, it's in a Word document, and it says Resolution to Protect English, Durham Public Schools BOE Resolution 1021, 2021. Thank you so much. And I also just want to thank this district for precedent set with resolution recognizing Black Lives Matter at School Month of Action. There's a lot in terms of like how we are giving visibility to different groups. And so we thank our community for bringing resolutions to us so we can ensure that every community member, every student feels seen and highlighted. And as you get this resolution up, just a lot of gratitude for community engagement.
So it is our tradition to read resolutions. And this one is a little shorter than the 3 pages earlier and has been looked at by staff. And so I would love, we could get started. Maybe we can start with Ms. Byer, Mr. Valladares, Mr. Raven. We'll go around to Mr. Sears.
Resolution to protect English language learner students. Whereas receiving a sound basic education is a constitutional right, and the negative impacts of failing to provide it impacts particularly students of color, students from economically disadvantaged families, students with disabilities, and English language learners, ELL.
Whereas English language learners in North Carolina measured far below any other subgroup in annual measurable objectives, perform poor in schools than their Black and white peers, and can be excluded from participating in standard-based tests when proper accommodations are not provided.
Whereas ELL, particularly Spanish speakers, can experience high levels of discrimination in schools based on race, accent, and country of origin, and are more likely to experience mental health struggles.
Excuse me. And whereas ELL and their families still hesitate to speak their mother tongue due to how they have been historically discriminated against for doing so in public facilities.
Whereas this board has recognized the importance of taking intentional approaches to ensure the access of a sound basic education and is actively working towards meeting the goals set forth on the strategic plan.
Whereas the Durham Public Schools 5-year strategic plan was created to ensure that resources and opportunities are informed by equity when educating children, and to increase the capacity of administrators, teachers, staff, and parents so that they are equipped to support and develop efficacy in instruction and student learning.
Whereas this board is aiming to reduce the disparity between demographic groups regarding educational proficiency and overall life achievement expectancy.
Whereas this board is in agreement with and passed a resolution to fully support the approval and implementation of the Leandro Plan, and it recognizes that adequate education cannot be provided in an environment that does not reject all forms of discrimination.
Whereas the Durham Public Schools board members stand ready to address the struggles of English language learners as one of the groups with the greatest needs and challenges to meet their full potential.
Therefore, this board continues celebrating the multiculturalism and diversity that our ELL families bring, recognizing it as a core part of our child-centered approach education.
Be it further resolved that this board continues respecting, supporting, and promoting diversity within all DPS facilities and spaces, and will continue to work tirelessly to undermine any form of injustice in our schools, particularly against ELL.
Be it further resolved that this board welcomes open conversations, activities, cultural events, and all expressions of unity that help to address the needs of our ELL students.
I have a comment.
Absolutely.
So of course, it says adopted by the Durham Board of Education, the date. Um, Would it be okay with you all if we, like added and at the end of the clauses? It's just easier to read. And I think we need to add the therefore be it resolved by the first therefore. Again, for ease of read, just to make it nice and round, it's easier to digest with those in there. That's just a thought.
Yeah, I think pretty much everything stays the same. It's just
Yeah.
the formatting, and we can pass
Yeah.
it with the.
Yeah, we can pass it like
edits,
this. It's just kind of,
Therefore be it resolved,
yeah,
and
putting the ands
and
at the
behind
end.
every clause. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
It's like I said, it's just easier to read, but this can be approved here. That's just tweak.
Yeah.
And also at the
Right.
end of that, Nicole, can you go up just a little bit on the screen? That child-centered education approach, I think reads better than child-centered approach education. Yeah, I
Approach
would
to education.
Yeah, exactly. It needs something there to make that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is such a strong statement, and I so much appreciate you bringing it, Ms. Valladares.
Yeah. Those edits don't change the spirit,
Mhm.
so doesn't change what it says. So I move we approve the resolution to protect English language learner students with the small adjustments.
Second.
Everybody wants a second.
Yeah, it's been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded twice by Ms. Byer and Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? Board members, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. I just want to say again, thank you to Isla for bringing this forward. Natalia and Janice, we had a great meeting today. So I just want to thank them for their partnership and their commitment to our students and our community. So thank you all. All right.
Thank you all board members for feedback by email, by meetings. Thank you so much.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Mr. Sears. Any discussion? All board members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We now move into closed session. All right, I think we are back in open session. Are we, IT team? I think we're on. All right, Dr. Mabinga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
I move approval of the personnel report dated October 21st, 2020, 2021.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Mr. Sears. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned. Happy Friday.